Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Please take your seats. If necessary, please put on earphones.
excellent. This is her seat. Her name in Russian and black box. This is the gift from our Kazakh partners. Мы начинаем. Меня зовут.
We are starting. I'm Anton Atroshkin. I'm a business director of Innопроm and the Ministry of Industry and Fair of the Russian Federation. I will be heading of business program of Russia of participation in Expo 2017, which is going to be held in Astana. Astana is the capital of the country, which is near to us, known not only in geographical terms, but also spiritually. We have also had special relationships, and I think it will be revealed also today. We would like to make the event today not just like a presentation, but a brainstorming. I believe nobody needs an explanation what is Expo 2017. We have all struggled that in 2020 Ekaterinburg get the Expo. We didn't manage for the first time, but I don't doubt that the capital of Urals will be the capital of Expo someday. We are very happy for our Kazakhstan partners, and we are very happy that one of the global events will be held in their capital. We think that our country just has to take a very active participation in this project. The topic of the Expo is future energy. This topic is very close to Russia, and our task with the Kazakhstan partners is to promote the development of this theme. The fair will take place for a week from 10 to 17th of June 2017. We have weeks of meetings, seminars, and conferences, and we would like you to participate and help the organizers to be penetrated with ideas, and together we should form the agenda which will be implemented in Astana. Let me remind that this is an international venue, and some critics call it like exhibition of achievements of households, popular household. If we take it smart, that every country has the chance to say its word, to deliver its own message while participating in this Expo 2017. If the country does it formally and participates formally, then it remains unnoticed. We would like that the participation of Russia shouldn't remain unnoticed, and we would be able to be noticed in the world. In some time, I will give the floor to the experts which are here in the panel board, but for all dear participants, for you all, I would like to notice that the attempt to create this message is very complex. On the one hand, the audience of Expo and any global fairs includes like Yemens and ordinary people. I'm not trying to sound unrespectful. The audience includes all of our family and relatives, and the audience comes to the fair to know something new. On the other hand, the Expo 2017, this is a venue where head of states, head of companies come, and this is a fine opportunity for Russia to discuss with these big people and newsmakers these topical issues which are important and interesting for us. So, in general, Expo is a chance to change the world if we would like to, or a chance to visit a beautiful city, Astana, and spend some time there. It's our choice, and that's we call everything depends on us. I would like to give the floor to the General Commissioner of 2017, Rafil Jashibayev. This is a person who gives all his efforts to make Expo 2017 successful. He has a lot of meetings. You can imagine how many countries participate in Expo 2017, and we are happy that you are here together with us. Please introduce Expo in Astana. What would you like to surprise the world with? Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear such pleasant words, and I'm happy to be here. Dear Georgy Vladimirovich, I would like to say that organizing such events like Expo of Achievements is simple and available for everybody. So, dear participants of the fair, ladies and gentlemen, I'm for the first time here. I'm happy to be here. And this Innопроm takes place for the 7th time in 2016. I congratulate you on this fact. I see that this fair evokes a lot of interest. I saw a lot of cars, I saw a lot of people, and a lot of people speaking about this event in the hotel and in the city. It's very pleasant. And I would like to thank the Minister of Industry and Trade of Russian Federation and the members of the organizing committee for organizing such a global international event, and for the opportunity to present here the topic of Expo 2017 in Astana. I should admit that all fairs, and Innoprom as well, become one of the largest venues of the region. Everybody knows about it in Kazakhstan, and it evokes a great deal of interest. I hope it will increase. The topic of Innoprom is technologies for power industry, energy efficiency, is closely connected with the topic of our fair, which is coming next year in Astana, capital of Kazakhstan. We chose this topic not by chance. As you know, despite the fact that we have a large stock of traditional sources of energy, Kazakhstan accepted and implemented the concept of transferring to green economy, according to which we are planning to increase the share of renewable energy sources up to 15% by 2050. In the middle of the last century, the environment was the issue of every country because the pollution was great, especially in the areas with increased pollution. In the 1980s, the ecological problems become regional. And in 1990s, the environmental issue became global. The world community became to understand that such problems can't be solved only by a single state because the issues had to be solved in complex. It led to the appearance of the sustainable development concept, which implies taking into account the needs of generation of all people, including future generations. And green technology developments, keeping natural resources are one of the priorities of human development in general. We will emphasize the attention of the people on reducing carbon dioxide waste and renewable energy sources. These are kind of subtopics which will be discussed at our fair. Expo 2017 will be the place where innovative and prospective projects in the sphere of renewable energy will be presented. And nowadays, visiting countries, I see great interest to such topic, and that's why the countries try to participate very actively. 94 countries confirmed their participation in the fair, and 16 international organizations connected with power industry will participate. We expect around 15 million visitors of the fair, and Russia is one of the first countries which will participate in the large pavilion. which we allocate for countries. That's about 1,000 square meters. And of course, we are waiting science and business and ordinary citizens who are interested in this expo. We work with regions very actively, and we see what kind of interest is evoked to our fair. Traditionally, Russia is a leading country among the trading partners of Kazakhstan. Last year, our goods turnover was about $15 billion of USA. Around 6,000 companies operate in Kazakhstan with participation of Russian capital. Our bilateral relations are developed due to harmonious regional cooperation with more than 200 companies with which agreements are signed. If we speak about regions, and region of Yekaterinburg in particular, then our goods turnover is about $1 billion US. It is the evidence that we have the chance to conduct trade together in the future and develop our partnership. We meet the leaders of tourist industries and tourist agencies in Russia in order to make the visit to Kazakhstan for the citizens of Russia more comfortable and to develop logistics. And also we conduct different road shows. Now we planned to do it in Orenburg, Omsk, Saratov, and Chelyabinsk. We are planning to visit these cities, and we invite more citizens to visit our expo. In general, we are planning to conduct largest international events within Expo 2017. At the beginning of Expo 2017, we would like to conduct the summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and we will discuss tourism technologies. And at the end of the fair, we would like to conduct the summit of Islamic Organization of Cooperation. We would discuss the topic of cooperation with 47 countries. And we believe that more than 1 million contacts in the sphere of power industry will be made within Expo 2017. A lot of sponsors are attracted. Among them are Shell, Samsung, General Electric, Cisco, Ingebion, and many others. I hope that this list will increase. We have almost a year before the expo begins, a little less than a year. We have already implemented technologies of sustainable energies, and this is about the companies which had already implemented and worked in this direction. After the expo is finished, an international financial center, Astana, will be created on its basis. It will operate on the basis of English law, as Dubai International Center does. And it will promote the development of financial infrastructure of Kazakhstan and will be financial hub for Central Asia region. By the initiative of the head of our state in Astana, the International Center of Green Technologies under the United Nations will be opened. And one more time, I would like to congratulate all participants of International Trade Fair Innопроm 2016 and to avail myself of this opportunity and invite all of you to be participants of our Expo 2017. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Georgy Kolomanov, General Commissioner of Russia, of Russian participation at Expo 2017 and the veteran of Expo movement in the world. Georgy Vladimirovich might speak for about 1 hour and a half about Expo because he had participated in the latest Expos of the world as General Commissioner of Russia. I don't know how. So, Georgy Vladimirovich, what is so unique in this Expo 2017 and what should Russia say and do in this perspective? Please share the information how we get ready for this event. Good afternoon. You know, we have really been participating in the international affairs for a long time of different format. Of course, you can call us veterans, especially for the latest events, because we were very active participants in Saragossa Fair, in Shanghai Fair, in Yoso Fair in Korea, and the last fair in Milan, and we hope to active participate in Astana as well in 2017. What is general for all this expo? Every time we see a new place, a new country, a new region, and we see new topics. Of course, all these expos have something in common. Maybe urban development topics or power industry topics. In principle, the issues of nuclear power complex and nutrition issues, etc., etc. Everything of this is in common with all expo. All these are key issues which we should deal with in the near future. That's why that bridge from Yosu to Astana, from water to future energy, I think it's very important. And I think that water is also energy, which will be very important in the future. It has already become that, and I think its role will be increasing in the future, and it will be topical at the top level. We have been very active participant since 1881, and we hope to actively participate in the trade fairs in the future. Russia is getting ready very actively. We got the venue. I would like to thank our colleagues. We think that that is the best venue. It has about 100 square meters. And we hope to prepare several scenarios of events and confirm the format of participation and the topics we shall show. They had already been mentioned today. These are the sources of energy we are dealing with, like oil, gas, petroleum, and new sources of power. We hope that everybody will like it, what Russia will do in Astana. It will fit the general scenario of events. And I would like to mention once more that on the whole, in Paris, at the recent event of the International Bureau of Exhibitions, I would like to mention that international community appreciates much the preparation of Russia to Expo 2017. We became partners, and I would like to thank for that especially. Those 12 weeks during which the events on different topics will take place include our joint projects with top world companies and those companies which will participate in Russian section include Russian Norilsk Nickel and Rosseti, and a number of other companies will also participate in the events which will be held at the Expo 2017 in Astana. The National Day of Russia will be held on the 8th of September, practically before the fair closes, and we hope that it will be also a remarkable event. We are trying to get ready. On the whole, the dynamics which is now is the evidence of the fact that we are fully fitting with the schedule, and I hope we will solve all the issues. I would like to say a few words about the topic of the fair. We have something to show. It was already mentioned, and of course the colleagues today will tell what new things you will see. A fair implies kind of an action. First of all, the colleagues who come and see the fair should be pleased with what they see and have the wish to return to us. That's why we should show all the colors of direction with which we are engaged in our country. One more time, I would like to mention that my colleagues will tell more about this because we have serious and good experts in this sphere, and I believe we will have something to show. I would like to wish success to everybody and to invite everybody to Expo 2017. Russia has never held any international trade fair or any international events under the National Bureau of Exhibitions. I hope that someday Russia will have the opportunity to conduct such event and to use the experience of our colleagues from Italy and Korea and of our neighbors as well. And this experience will allow us to get ready and to do our best to do and to conduct such kind of event. Thank you.
This was a welcoming word by two general commissioners. And before switching to our experts, before giving the floor to them, please watch the video prepared by our Kazakh partners. It's really short, just to get an idea what Expo Astana 2017 is. Kazakhstan is one of the biggest countries in the world. The place where East meets West in the heart of Eurasia. It invites you to Astana, one of the most rapidly developing, modern and bright countries in the capitals in the world. In 2017, Astana is the first big megapolis in Central Asia is arranging Expo 2017, Energy of the Future, and we expect to meet participants from more than 100 countries and millions of visitors. Expo 2017 will show key solutions and bright solutions for the future of sustainable energy, which is one of the most topical issues here. How can we use our energy resources more efficiently with less damage to the environment? The event will be happening at the 25 hectares venue not far from the downtown and across the road from the Nazarbayev University. There's a green corridor joining the downtown with the venue. It has a shape of the drop that symbols the limits of mineral fuel with razors in the form of the wind turbine. The central place is taken by the Pavilion of Kazakhstan, which is a unique building shaped as a sphere with 28 floors and more than 20,000 square meters of space. There will be a wind turbine integrated in the building. 4 thematic pavilions are located around the Kazakhstan pavilion. The international pavilions are arranged along the boulevard ring. The participating countries can build their pavilion with the various areas. There will be huge opportunities to strengthen diplomatic relations to discuss international trade. At the exhibition at the show, we will have the forum best practices in energy with the best examples from the sustainable energy in the world. Expo is planned as the biggest exhibition in 2017 globally. There will be an impressive choice of cultural and entertaining events, including shows and concerts, 3 months non-stop. After 2017, The Expo complex, the Expo venue will be a vibrant neighborhood with residential buildings and hotels, retail stores and sports facilities with renewable energy connected via smart grids. Investors are involved in building, and we are actively looking for partnerships with sponsors. The heritage of Expo 2017 Energy of the Future in Kazakhstan will stay after the Expo. Expo 2017 will cover energy of the future issues and promote the need to develop responsible policy for sustainable energy and change of the climate. The goal of Kazakhstan in the Expo is to help solve this global challenge, to be helpful, to benefit, for all people in the world to benefit. You can witness the beginning of this captivating story. Come to Astana. Join us at Expo 2017, Energy of the Future. Dear colleagues, we will not be discussing the cultural program in Astana now. I'm sure it will be very impressive, and we give the floor to our experts for comments. And as I said when I was inviting you, I mentioned that this session will be a brainstorming, and please help us, the organizers on the Russian side, to formulate the message that we as Russia want to send to the world. What we want to say now is that we are an energy superpower, or maybe we don't want to say that to the world. What are we to do? Our friends from Kazakhstan say that there's a very serious green track planned in Astana, even though the country itself is still builds its power on traditional sources of energy. What are we to do? In Russia, green energy is so far just small islands. We, as promoters of green energy, will, I think, look quite strange. That's why, what are we to do? And the second point for the experts is that we indeed have two types of audiences, one being the heads of states and the business community and members of the governments. The other audience is what we call just grassroots or simple people, millions of visitors to the Expo. So please, when commenting, please dwell on these two target audiences. How do we formulate the messages that we want to convey to the world in the summer 2017? I'd like to first give the floor to Alexei Texler, first Vice Minister of Energy of Russia. Maybe the official position of the Minister of Energy of Russia, and maybe on your own behalf, Mr. Texler, what you think important, what we as Russia need to speak about in Astana. Thank you. And just one announcement, Ms. Singh, India Trade Promotion Agency, has joined us. This is the organization, the partner organization here, meaning that just like us, they are preparing the participation of India in the Expo. And we also want to know how India is getting ready for this great event. And as you know, this is the partner country of Innoprom this year. And I give the floor to Alexei Texler. Thank you, Anton. I'd like to start maybe by answering to your words on Russia as not being a country with green energy. That's not the case. 35% of energy in Russia is produced via non-carbon fuels. I mean nuclear energy and big hydro energy. Not many countries in the world can boast of such energy balance. Everyone keeps speaking about renewable sources, but on the total, only very few countries can showcase this green component. That's number one. Secondly, what we want to say to the world is that we are a country that is innovative and in terms of energy, and this is one of the objectives in our energy strategy. We understand the trends that exist in the world today, and we don't want to lag behind. First of all, we're speaking about energy efficiency and renewable energy. We understand that the fuel of the future is probably renewable energy in combination with energy efficiency on a large scale and development of gas consumption, because gas is also an innovative, environmentally friendly type of fuel. And probably these are the two components we need to focus on. In terms of energy balance of the future, as well. First of all, change in favor of these types of energy. Though, of course, the carbon component we will not get rid of it during the next 20 years. We know that, and we realize that many people today live without electricity at all. And the energy poverty is a reality in some countries, and we understand that during the next 20 or so years, the population of the planet will grow by 2 more billion people. And all of those people and those who don't have access to energy today and those who will be born, they all will need energy. Of course, the carbohydrates will dominate in the energy balance within the next 20 years, even though the percentage of oil and gas will be reduced, and the dynamics that we will see will still have to do with renewable energy, and we foresee that in our energy balance, in our energy plans. And in 2013, together with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we launched the program to support renewable energy. The idea is to localize production of wind generators and solar panels. And based on these localized technology, we will support construction of such generating facilities, and we have made quite considerable progress. We have launched last year. We have launched a big, or rather an enormous factory to produce solar panels in Novochebokssarsk with the power of about 100 megawatt of photovoltaic solar panels a year. We launched about 60 megawatt of new solar panels thanks to that, and they're quite large, those stations, and this program keeps developing, and this year we will continue to launch new solar power plants, and this is a cutting-edge technology. The factory is being upgraded in real time, and we will soon be very competitive with the leading countries that are addressing the problem of the renewable energy in terms of production. We, of course, have redundant generation. We understand that. Today, renewable energy is so far an expensive thing due to different circumstances. But considering how technological progress is going, we realize that together with accumulating facilities, this is the trend that will grow, and its share in the energy balance will grow, and someday, and this day will probably come even earlier than we think. The renewable energy, together with development of distributed generation and smart energy, and on the whole, I mean smart grids and smart cities, and we can, to name just a few, and there are many more technologies that we know. First of all, on the consumer side, we will see the changes that will develop the energy balance in the future. Our country is addressing all these issues. There is a national technological initiative started by the president. The essence of it is to make sure that we are not just competitive, but one of the leaders as regards innovative smart energy. And that's our day-to-day task. But this doesn't mean that we're going to abandon or that we're going to get rid of our historical competitive advantages, such as the common hydrates. And indeed, there is no opposition. Hydrocarbons, the efficient hydrocarbon energy will develop, and renewable sources of energy will also develop. And this is the right way to act. And that's probably the main idea that we're going to express at Expo 2017 in Astana. That's what I started with, that Russia is a country that lives in the future, that is innovative, and that supports competences and develops the competitive advantages that it has. And it keeps diversifying the supply of traditional fossil fuels, and on the other hand, it addresses the issues of renewable energy and clean energy, green energy, and that's what Russia is focusing on. I think we have a unique energy balance where we even today can see quite a big percentage of different sources of energy, including those that are not fossil fuels and traditional hydrocarbons as well. And I'm quite confident that our companies work both in the traditional and non-traditional sectors and non-conventional sectors. They will be able to showcase their progress and achievements and conclude new contracts. And Expo 2017 will be a good forum for Russia to show its achievements to the world. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Taxler. We're very happy that a number of large-scale Russian power engineering companies have supported us. We interact, we cooperate with them very actively. We think on events in the program. We are thinking of the topics, and we're happy to have Mikhail Lifshitz with us. He's head of the Rotec company within the Renova Group. And my question to you, Mikhail, as an expert, is the same as I asked to Mr. Taxler. How do we as Russia position ourselves at this great international forum in terms of energy? Which messages are we to send to the world? Mikhail Lifshitz. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I cannot say that I was really getting ready thoroughly to talk about the message of Russia to the world. But I have some considerations, some ideas on Kazakhstan and on what we have been discussing. First of all, speaking of clean energy, that's the context that was mentioned. That's not always renewable energy. Kazakhstan today is upgrading the existing energy system without too much fanatism and too much following of fashionable trends, quicker than any other country in the post-Soviet space. The customers, those who order turbines that we work with in Kazakhstan, have the newest fleet of vapor turbines, and they are also upgrading their boiler plants. And indeed, energy of the future will be diversified, and the cost efficiency factor that was mentioned by Mr. Taxler is also important. The new energy is still more expensive than conventional one. If we look at off-grid generation, where there is no grid in a faraway place, then the economy of solar or wind stations will be made up of the cost of transportation of the diesel fuel, and we will be using totally different figures here. The practice in this country, in Russia, shows that the economic efficiency of using the renewable energy is, of course, higher. But as for Russian businesses, I'd like to remind that we have not only Hevel, but we also have two traditional or conventional production facilities for solar panels. And considering the Rosatom's program, we also have two other plans for wind turbines. And because these will be new facilities, even when large-scale vendors or producers, or when we introduce something, any new production facility will be cutting edge and it will be better. And we need to invite businesses and see and discuss what they can offer. If we look at our booth, we have a transformer, a solar module with efficiency of more than 20% that was built using the technology that was developed in-house in NTC in St. Petersburg. This is the equipment that can be installed anywhere. In terms of cost efficiency, it's not higher than the traditional modules, with the efficiency of 15 to 16%. And speaking about accumulating facilities, we know that batteries are an old topic, but the discussion is following our own production of energy. In this country, we have offered we have developments, we have R&D products, and we need to promote them. We need to ensure that there is domestic demand for that, to make sure that businesses can offer them. As for whether or not we are to use new energy, the speed, the rate at which renewable energy sources were commissioned was ahead of the speed of the rate at which traditional facilities were commissioned. So actually the future is happening even now. Nobody is asking for our opinion. Of course, the rates can change, and this boom of introduction of these new green sources of energy, what follows is the demand to the storage, energy storage systems, and the picture of the world will be changing. Of course, we will still have both conventional and new energy and hydro energy and small hydro energy facilities, hydropower facilities. And as a country, we need to look at what we can offer, because indeed we can offer a lot. We just need to communicate this information. We need to get this information from businesses, from startups, from different places where initiatives are launched. And there are a lot of new initiatives. And we need to see what researchers say. We have the time is we're really pressed for time, and we need to get together more often. We need to invite more people to these forums, and then we'll be able to share something. Thank you, Mikhail.
I would like to give the floor to Mikhail Akim, Vice President of Russia CIS Industrial Company, the largest industrial company in machine building. So he is a very intelligent person and knows a lot. I've got the same question for him. What should be the message for Russia, and how should it coincide with the topical world agenda? How do we distinguish ourselves in this topic? Should we speak about something different? And what is spoken about in the world in terms of energy industry? So, Mikhail Akim. Thank you, Anton. I'm always happy to take part in your events, which are finally organized. You asked for brainstorming. Let us just analyze what the tendencies had been for export. Export has always been an indicator. Any country cannot be isolated, maybe only North Korea. What the country exports shows its competitiveness. And the industrial products of the country hadn't been exported very much lately. I mean, the export didn't increase. IT technologies as well. And IT export was the export. Russia took the leading place in the world, or one of the leading places. This shows the readiness of a country to integration solutions. You should not start from the very beginning. No country cannot produce all elements. It's not necessary. We live in open space, despite all the sanctions. In any case, the economic space is open. Some countries are open, some countries are closed. This is, on the one hand, a big advantage. On the other hand, what are the peculiarities of the Russian geography? And what is in common between the Russian geography and demography and Kazakhstan demography and geography? This is the low density of population. For example, in Yakutia, there had been created trends where no measures for developing renewable sources of energy are necessary because everything is there already. It stimulates the development of unique solutions. We should take the best elements of the world base and integrate them into the existing potential of Russian integrators. Thus, we come to the fact that the Russian solutions on microgrids determined by IT, and the development is determined by IT, had a great potential. Then, microgrids are quite widespread because this is not unique for Russia and Kazakhstan. The same issues face Africa, Alaska, and Kazakhstan. The same issues are always in the country where there is a low density of population. It's cheaper to build a local network there than to spread the big grid there. Nevertheless, each region is unique, and in terms of local resources as well. There are regions where timber is used for generation, and it's more justified than using solar energy and wind energy. Optimization is important, how these solutions could be integrated. Another very important issue concerns the agricultural sector. Mainly its possibility of local generation. This is connected with the greenhouses development, and this is a very complex story. These are things that need to be considered, and there are premises for developing them. Thus, we are coming to module development. I liked the direction in which many companies begin working now. This is providing the infrastructure for local settlements, small settlements. In Russia, there are a lot of small settlements where there is a need to provide a good living standard, and there are module solutions, a good complex, which could be provided in the local small settlements. Next, the homogeneity of living environment should be provided, and also control for environment should be. There are interesting developer solutions. It's very interesting to look at the developers' business in Russia, and it's very incredible. For the last 10 or 15 years, a lot of technologies had been created and developed in Russia. And if we look at Sverdlovsk region, there are a number of interesting projects like small storage houses, and Vnukovo Airport, look at it. See what airports had been launched and what technologies had been used in them. And not to abuse your time, I would like to dwell upon the last thing. There is a good experience of Renault company, which last year addressed the Ministry of Industry and Trade and asked to support them in terms of export. Due to export measures supported by the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Russian Renault company began export to Vietnam different products. And it's very interesting product and very interesting story. And the very interesting direction also develops in Egypt as well. European companies which are based in Russia and which are Russian residents, let us speak about Renault company. They are developing products in Russia which are spread all over the world, and I'm sure that for all companies who are members, or many companies who are members of European businesses, we are Russian companies, we have Russian engineering centers, we have a large network of Russian integrators, and we are sure that we have a lot to offer at all markets, and a lot of interesting things can be presented at the Expo 2017. Thank you. Thank you, Mikhail Eduardovich. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Singh, the representative of Trade Promotion Agency. This is a company which is preparing the participation of India in Expo 2017. We have just heard from Mikhail Akim the example of Yakutia with low density of population. This is another issue. The density of population is high, and the power industry is a very crucial issue for India as well. That's why we would like to know the opinion of Ms. Singh. What are the issues and problems and challenges India is planning to discuss at the Expo 2017? How is India preparing for this event? So please, Ms. Singh, if you let me, please be brief because we have time.
Excellencies, esteemed panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you to share perspectives on India, especially related to renewable energy. But first, I may apologize for my late entry. I came to know of the preponement only half an hour before the program was to start, so kindly excuse my late entry. I am carrying with me a PowerPoint because I am proposing to cover a wide range of issues. First, why I'm here, because I'm from the Indian Trade Promotion Organization. So I must introduce and take you through the various portfolios that I will be covering here in this session today. So, India Trade Promotion Organization is the premier trade promotion agency of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. It manages India's world-class exhibition complex at Pragati Maidan, New Delhi. We have our headquarters in New Delhi, and we have regional offices.
У нас находятся регионы.
Our trade centers in Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Assam, and Kolkata. The total area of the Pragati Maidan complex is 123 acres, of which AC halls are 42,000 square meters and non-AC are 23,000 square meters. We are undertaking a very massive redevelopment plan at the cost of 2,200 crores, and we plan to have the entire thing redone with a state-of-art iconic convention center of 7,000 packs coming up in next 2 years. We conduct a wide range of events covering from business to business, business to consumers, G2C, G2G, and other conventions, business meets and seminars. And every year we organize almost 90 domestic events, including third-party fairs and over 32 overseas events. We cover a wide range of sectors, leather, textiles, food-related, hospitality, security, among others. I'm happy to say that India is, as you know, the partner country at Innoprom, which indeed is a privilege. We value this invite that has been given to India. It is also a very happy occasion to say that India will be hosting the first BRICS Trade Fair at New Delhi, Pragati Maidan, in October this year. As we know that the chairmanship of BRICS has come to India for 2016, and the initiator of the idea of trade fair of BRICS countries was initiated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. This initiative was supported by the business councils of all BRICS countries, and we are hoping that all BRICS countries, especially the Russian companies, will come in a large number and make this a success. We are aiming at major sectors including renewable energy, energy efficiency, ICT, smart cities, startups, etc. Expo 2017, which is the topic of discussion. So our Honorable Prime Minister had announced participation of India in this expo during his visit to Kazakhstan in 2015. Government of India has nominated ITPO as the nodal agency to set up Indian Pavilion in Expo 2017 Astana, and that explains why I am here and not anybody from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Our participation will be in an area of 513 square meters. This is the partnership agreement being signed by Excellency Zoshibayev and Mr. L.C. Goel, the chairman and managing director, and he is going to be the Commissioner General of the Indian Pavilion. This was signed at New Delhi. Since renewable energy really spans a vast subject, different ministries are being taken up, and we are taking inputs from them. So Ministry of External Affairs, Commerce and Industry, New and Renewable Energy, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Power, the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, and the National Productivity Council are all giving input. So that explains how seriously we are managing our portfolio for the thing. We were given the option of selecting either one or two of the three sub-themes that are there for the expo. India has chosen reducing CO2 emissions and living energy efficiency as the sub-themes for the pavilion. And now coming to the actual subject at hand, I would like to say that over the years, renewable energy sector in India has emerged as a significant player in the grid-connected power generation capacity. It supports the government agenda of sustainable growth while emerging as an integral part of the solution to meet the nation's energy needs and an essential player for energy access. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is the nodal ministry at the federal level for all matters related to new and renewable energy. It has been facilitating the implementation of broad spectrum programs, including harnessing renewable power, renewable energy to rural areas for lighting, cooking, and motive power, use of renewable energy in urban, industrial, and commercial applications, and development of alternate fuels and applications. And as was rightly pointed out by the compare, we have an increased challenge because of the economic growth pattern, the increasing prosperity, and the demographic quotient that we carry. So a growing rate of urbanization and rising per capita energy consumption has widened access, and that is all the more challenge how we have to integrate the renewable sources to this enhancing need for power consumption. Currently, we are focusing more on national solar mission, and we aim to generate almost 100,000 megawatt of solar power by 2022, although wind energy also remains a major source of renewable energy. India's annual solar installations have grown over 4 times by 2017, and Government of India is increasingly creating a liberal environment for foreign investments for increasing renewable energy projects. And this is how we are aiming to generate 175 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2022. As you can see, the major focus is on solar power, followed by wind, and then by biomass and small hydro. I would also like to mention that India is very serious about the global warming challenge, and it has taken a leadership role at the International Solar Alliance of 121 tropical countries in the COP21, which was held in Paris on 30th November 2015. And this is the International Solar Alliance has been launched as a special platform to be headquartered in India. This is the participation of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, at COP21. And India played a very key role at this seminar and recorded the following targets in the intended nationally determined contributions by 2030, which is reducing emission by 30 to 35% of the 2005 level, and 40% of cumulative electric power to come from renewable sources, and creating an additional carbon sink of US 36 to 44 million US dollars. So these are just the glimpses of how we are focusing on solar power capacity addition. So this is the maximum addition that has taken place in 1 year. Again, on the solar pumps, the numbers are growing. As you can see, total numbers installed since beginning of program in 1991. This has been crossed by the solar pumps installed only in this last financial year. Again, there is a green energy corridor which is being set up to strengthen transmission of renewable energy at a whopping cost, US $5.58 billion. This is a glimpse of the solar parks in India. And I'm just taking another opportunity to say that there is a massive event, the Reinvest, the second Renewable Energy Investor Forum, which is going to be at ITPO Pragati Maidan next year. And I'm inviting everybody to participate in this. I'm also taking this opportunity, if it is not out of place here, that ITPO will be organizing the India Sourcing Fair at St. Petersburg, Russia, in September 21st to 23rd, 2016. I would again request wholehearted participation and cooperation to this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Благодарю вас, госпожа Синг. Николай Грачев возглавляет энергетический кластер Сколково.
Thank you, me. Thank Nikolai Grachev, who is the head of Skolkov, one of our main clusters in the power industry. We would like to listen to your suggestions and ideas, what Russia should speak about at Expo 2017 and what issues should be emphasized. So I would like to give the floor to Nikolai Grachev. Thank you very much, Anton. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We do not just support startup, we also conduct very large events. So while we are planning such events, we are always asking about the target audience and what should we offer to them. In this logic, I consider Expo. Expo is a kind of unique event, and on the one hand, it's a very large event. 5 million people should be visiting this event for 5 or 6 weeks, 12 weeks, very good. This is a large crowd of people which should be entertained and attracted. It's comparable to IT fairs, large fairs. On the other hand, this is an international fair which gives wide opportunities for developing businesses. Listening to these speakers, I noticed that a number of topics had already been mentioned. I distinguished 4 criteria. What could be maximum output from our participation? 4 criteria which I think are relevant for Expo. On the one hand, it should be something really valuable and tangible. And reading responses from Milan on Facebook, people are comparing fairs in different countries. So there was crowd, they say, and it was difficult to get there, but it was interesting. In this logic, for our country, I think it's not the thing we wanted at Expo 2017. This should be something really interesting and tangible. On the other hand, Expo 2017 is a good venue for developing businesses. It should be something that could be sold abroad and could find the customer, B2B customer. At Expo 2017, there should be discussion about global trends, and it should be in line with the latest developments, IT developments in this sphere. And the fourth thing, it was already mentioned by Mikhail and a number of speakers, it should meet our competences and meet our opportunities to play some role at the international market. And it should not be in vain, and it should promote development of sales. So let me speak about these 4 criteria. About trends. A lot of ideas had already been spoken, and about power industry as well. One of the ideas is the idea of distributed generation, spoken by Mikhail Lifshitz. And another idea is about accumulators and accumulating markets. Kazakhstan has already launched some pilot projects via accumulators. And then the topic discussed at Energy Net, changing of the role of alternative energy due to the role of the customer. It was already discussed at the event, and we are planning to change some services and the role of the customer and the model of business and the role of energy companies as well. Talking with foreign partners from power industry, we are offering a solution of new technologies. We need 3 things. Do not offer traditional generation because we just selling these power plants and we do not want to be engaged with it. We need VIA. We need services. We need to solve something, and we need solutions in smart cities and smart houses. It's more relevant than just classical generation. And the topic of cities is also about a very good market, very good, valuable market. This is a key customer for projects in the energy industry and smart solutions. These are big, complex projects in transport, ecology. These are all trends. As far as Russian possibilities are concerned, yes, we have several large partners in the VIA sphere. We have good competences. We have projects in accumulating energy and hydrogen energy. And we also have good IT companies which begin to develop the topic of energy industry and issues of ITs, telecommunication, and power industry. This is the topic of managing resources, and it's connected with small businesses and middle businesses. These are solutions that could be promoted and should be promoted. And if we should think about combining B2B and entertainment and offering B2B solutions that could be sold on the whole, I think these are things which could be useful from the point of view of the audience and from the point of view of business. It had already been mentioned by Alexei and Mikhail, the topic of distributed generation in the sphere of complex solutions which are tangible and could be bought for other markets. These are solutions in the sphere of managing energy resources. There are also here pilot projects, and the solutions offered by some companies in Russia. And of course, we have a number of solutions in the sphere of smart cities. If we look at the IT spheres and smart cities, there are a number of projects in Moscow which could be very valuable at the international level. And the next step for us is to go towards the energy industry and managing the resources of public utilities. I think there could be a number of projects that could have an international potential and could be interesting for international organizations and for visitors. That is why Following these 4 criteria, I suggest that we should think about the interest of audience and business potential for Russian companies' participation. Thank you. Thank you, Nikolai. Dear experts, I do not take down your comments and opinions because all of our sessions is recorded, and then we can discuss it later. Timur Kotlyar is a representative of one of the most innovative companies in Russia, Rosnano. We would like also to know your opinion about the Russia positioning at Expo 2017 and the topics that should be topical. And maybe these are topics which hadn't been mentioned. Thank you very much, Anton. I would like to correct that Rosnano, of course, is not just an innovative company, but a large state investment foundation, which is concentrated on the financing of high-tech projects and also in the sphere of power industry. If we talk about the issues connected with implementing investment projects, and the previous speakers talked very much about the projects which are implemented within Russian Federation, within Kazakhstan as well, and also the projects of renewable energy. It should be mentioned that the implementation of any investment projects is only possible when some favorable factors are present which allow to make decisions on the feasibility of creating any production facilities. I'm talking about the demand on production. I'm talking about the infrastructure of using these products, and I'm talking about the understandable conditions for investors and about the risks of managing these projects. Here, I'm convinced that nowadays, and in this I support the previous speakers, I'm convinced that within the Russian Federation, there are companies competent enough to follow and to develop such tendencies. A lot of words had been said about accumulators. Nowadays, the Ministry of Energy is working to create some plan on developing systems of accumulating energy and their imitation and implementation into all spheres of power industry. We realize that there is a big power industry. We see the projects there, and B2C indirection projects. We see a very large demand for different ideas connected with mobility of energy applications, and of course it shouldn't be overlooked. Of course, we should understand that before creating any production facilities in any country, we should realize that these investment projects is ready for investment for all parameters, and there is a steady demand from the market, or there are some actions from state for stimulating production and consumption of the final goods. That was already said on the example of plant in Cheboksary, Novocheboksarsk, and on the example of wind generation. Such projects have certain conditions and guarantee for investors and for the investment returns. This is one of the stimuli which is visible and is very important for carrying out production and consumption of products. If you talk about exports, and if you take this plant in Novocheboksarsk, this plant is now actively participating in projects and is now actively working with Iran on creating solar parks there. And there is a very big issue with Uruguay, where there is a big DPM system, and such solutions are very interesting for our colleagues in the sphere of economy. I mean the economy of Russian production. I'm sure that we have, that despite all the general background about the lack of investment into projects, I'm sure that the situation is quite the contrary. Nowadays, Russian territory and Kazakhstan territory has resources, and we have the idea that the investment projects which meet all criteria and parameters that could be taken into account while making an investment decision, there are too few of them. Nowadays, we are very actively participating in the work of Ministry of Energy, and we are working on the projects which should be innovative and should be innovatively oriented. By 2018, we see that the initiatives from businesses are very few because there are a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. I would like to offer that one of the issues should be considered, and it should be connected with a kind of fair of projects that could be considered by the investors. Such investors can include both private foundations and state foundations. We have a joint foundation of investment with Kazakhstan. This is a venture foundation. We have created a joint foundation with the volume of 3 billion rubles, and this foundation is now ready to make some joint decisions in the sphere of investment into energy projects. I would like also to emphasize once more that the agenda is very interesting, and the Russian Federation has something to show. And of course, we should speak about venture component and about the ideas that had already been actively discussed at the international and national level at Skolkovo and Bortnikov Foundation, and by the other participants of the market. We should consider how actively we support this stage of growth, where we really create the production of some products, and how export-oriented all these products are. Nowadays, under the conditions of geopolitical competitiveness, we can create some products in Russia, but how competitive will it be in 3 years? That's a question. And how economically feasible will it be? It's also a question. We all live in the conditions of global market, and we all live in the conditions of global consumption of component base, and the limit which we create in the countries of Russia and Kazakhstan should be oriented to be integrated into the single network. Thank you very much. Thank you, Timur. Evgeny Gasho, Expert Center under the government of Russian Federation.
So you are to discuss what we have not yet discussed today. Many thanks to the colleagues, we do not have too much time. Astana is a wonderful, hospitable city, and thank you for inviting me here. What else can I add to to discuss us the possible label to what Astana offers to the world, the energy of the future. The key positions are very important. The most important difference of our country, of Russia, is in terms of methodology, can be seen even in the presentations that we have seen today. When we were discussing the energy strategy, we heard about 5 energy initiatives, and their integration is meaning energy efficiency, electrification 2.0, energy efficiency 2.0, Far East, and processing of energy resources. If we integrate them, we will get a huge systemic effect. We'll have a huge synergy. And I'd like to present just 3 examples. The Sberbank of Russia wanted to build an international financial center along one of the rivers, and there was a request to us to develop tentative requirements to the energy structure. There was to be a residential property, public spaces, and source, and we try to use standard generation using the existing plans, and to look at the residential property like the academia district with the passive climatic, with the passive installation, maybe some heat pumps, and to move the peak from the source to the building. We checked ourselves three times, and we get triple effect of power. We had 260 gigacalories per hour, and our efficiency was 90. And when we compared that to Moscow, there is still 300 gigacalories, and nobody was really planning everything, but still we did that. Then Chukotka, the Chukotka Peninsula, we were designing gas pipes, gas supply to villages, and at the time of transportation from the source to the consumer, there was integration that gave a huge effect as well. And the second effect from integration that was just mentioned today is the effect from the energy efficiency and energy saving being a multiplier that gives a new life to a region, be it the Moscow region, or be it the northern regions, that gives a new life to the passage to the sea, to the maritime passage. Then there was a calculation for Moscow for 46 instead of 90 cubic meters of gas. We got the request to increase the gas supply twice, but that was the request that the city administration received, and they did not want to do that. And our energy efficiency plan was based on 4 main pillars. That's energy efficiency at the source, that's replacement of the grid, that's the heat supply, systemic solutions, and the consumers, and working with consumers and the buildings. So we looked at what we can do with the buildings, and we did achieve 30 billion. And if we implement the 4 mentioned strategies, we can we can have the same amount of gas and still meet all the needs. My colleagues from Ekaterinburg ask me, do we change each year as you come here? But we cannot. Yes, you do change, but I cannot see how other places change. Astana indeed gave us an example of what happened, for example, to Tselenograd. We saw a different face of Tselenograd, and we are now in a wonderful city. Moscow, if you look at Moscow, counters alone, water counters alone, reduced consumption of water by 1.9 times. The emissions were lower by 30 to 45%. speaking about Gazprom and the gas supply systems, Gazprom was surprised that consumption of gas was reduced by 16%, and the city is still moving. The Moscow region and Moscow keep growing at crazy rates. These are still some redundancies, some reserves that exist, but we didn't see them. Integration, that's what gives unseen, unprecedented reserves. An innovative, very highly developed countries, which is an energy-focused power that can use resources rationally. We are not a country of energy poverty, but we use twice less energy than we need, considering our climate and distances. So we still have our deficiencies. We have what we have, and we use that as efficiently as we can, with sufficient evidence. And we are ready as the consortium and the analytical center, together with the Energy Institute in Moscow and with our colleagues from the Urals, with whom we are holding 4 roundtable discussions here, considering smart cities and industry. We see smart cities, we see industries, we see systemic solutions, and we see industrial solutions. What I'd like to argue about is it's not quite about ICT. ICT, or Internet of Things, is all about frameworks, about solutions based on frameworks, and that's what we were taught to do when we were studied in the energy schools and in the academia. But of course, we need the eyes of the consumers, and we need feedback from those who are in contact with consumers. There was one negative incident with the heat supplying organization at the north of the Moscow region. They contacted us with an issue that they installed counters in all buildings, and they reduced consumption. And at the same time, they faced a huge opposition from people who consumed the energy, who did not believe the counters, and they paid 800 rubles in the summer, and they paid 5,000 rubles in the winter, because it was much colder and they used a lot more heat. But talking, discussions, and being able to convince people that, okay, guys, you can see that compared to Moscow, compared to Krasnogorsk, compared to other towns, you are in a better position. This was omitted. People didn't do that, and that's where the problem is. And that's what we have to show together with Astana and together with our colleagues in the media, that we can have a massive breakthrough here. We are a country that consumes what we have, and indeed, we are not very happy about the figures. We have recalculated the fuel and energy balance in Belgium. We recalculated with using good all indexes, all standard indexes. Moscow uses much less. Moscow has a much bigger energy efficiency, and we need to recalculate, even though Belgium has much less resources, and that's what we are ready to prove. Thank you. The passion that Evgeny talked about energy with probably is evidence that this is a very relevant subject, and the comments from experts show us that Russia will be able to showcase its real achievements. And I'd like to echo Mikhail Lifshits's words that we need to get together more often, and we will indeed be able to arrange a lot of useful events for Russia at this main energy forum in 2017. And many thanks to the experts for finding the time to come to Innoprom and to speak at this session. Thank you, and thank you to the audience.
А мы в прогулке или мы где-то сидим? А? Не, может, когда они обедают, мы вас соберем? Да?
Алло. Друзья, давайте начинать.
This is Vladimir, please. Albert, you can sit there near Marco. Okay, let's close the door. I welcome all of you here. We have a very topical issue today connected not just with industrial robotics as a class of equipment, but with the issue of transferring into new technologies for enterprises, for new technological transport. This is the first part. The second part is topical for Russia because for everyone who understands something in this market, they understand that it is small. About 500 robots were installed in Russia in 2015, and it's kind of a small number in comparison with the global volume. The main issue and the main problem the market players face, and we, as Russian Association of Robotics, is connected with the measures to increase this market. Of course, we can improve the process and market of existing clients and increase the size of this market pie. This is favorable for all participants. This is the sphere where all competitors could be friends and partners. This is also connected with the manufacturers of robots in the Russian markets. KUKA and Fanuc companies dominate on the Russian markets. Together they take about 90% of the Russian market. But there is a number of really strong producers, really strong manufacturers in the global market, and they are very different, like ABB company and Kamau company and Kawasaki company. Some of them only start their work, some of them have been working long, and I think it's very good choice for the customers, and it increases the number of perspectives for the market itself. As for the integrators, we talk much with them for the last half a year. They are very strong integrators with good history, and there is a number of young companies who only struggle to go to the market. The interesting thing is that economic effectiveness is not only the solution. This is connected with the customer's mentality. They calculate all the expenses after they installed robots. This is also connected with the integrators, and I was surprised at that. I leave it for the market, for the fact that market is young, and for the next 3 or 5 years, the market should double. It is on the low basis, and the low basis effect should be used. 1,000 robots, 2,000 robots should be seen very soon, and we should discuss this issue at one of the next Innoproms. So please, dear speakers, I have one request for you. Of course, you tell about yourselves, but the main issue I would like to hear about is connected with the problems and the business, what should be taken in order to take measures and increase the growth of the market. What should be asked from the state? Because the Ministry of Industry and Trade is our competitive company. The representative of this ministry will come later, and they ask what should they do, what resolution should they take for the growth of the market. It's not just about giving money. Of course, money is important. It's about the laws and resolutions. I would like to start with the person who might be the only person in Russia who manufactured Russian robots. Russian production of robots is not developed, unfortunately, now. Foreign manufacturers dominate on this market. Of course, we would like to have Russian robots. Vladimir Serebryny, Deputy CEO of NAMI and the manager of working group for Ministry of Industry and Trade on automation of production. 7 minutes, please. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I avail myself of this opportunity to try to discuss the perspective of creating the production of Russian robots. So, Vitaly talked about the fact that the market of Russia is very, very small in comparison with global one. 240,000 robots were sold last year, and our volume is just 500. It's very small on the global scale. If you look at the PowerPoint, the right numbers in brackets denote the number of robots for 10,000 employees in machine building industry. You see that China now is buying industrial robots and it bought 56 robots. The South Korea is a leader. It has a good number as well. And these numbers unlikely to be changed. Of course, we all realize that in order for the industry to transfer to the new level of production and productivity and to increase the quality of products, there are no other tools except automation and industrialization of production. I think the situation will not be smooth, and of course we have a resolution of Ministry of Industry and Trade telling us that we have to have no less than 30% of industrial robots manufactured within the territory of Russian Federation by 2020. These are the premises for us to make the production of Russian industrial robots available in the Russian Federation. But what is the real situation? Nowadays, in the world, the main consumers of robots are a large corporation of car building. They are using the most part of the industrial robots, and the small companies and middle companies. They are using robots both for technological purposes, and small middle companies use robots for automation of auxiliary technological processes. The robots are engaged in loading, unloading, and making parts of tools, whatever. Such operations are not automated in Russia, and we think that manual workforce is very cheap, and everybody forgets about quality here. And the cost of article is also forgotten. Nowadays, the use of robots on the global scale shows us that not only basic technological operations, but also auxiliary technological operations are automized. Nowadays, there are 5 or 6 largest suppliers in the world. Vitaly had already told about them. These are leaders in manufacturing robots, and they sell most of them. And they present also in Russian market. As for the manufacturers and producers of robots within the Russian Federation, I'm talking now about industrial robots, because we have transport robots and manipulators, and I'm talking about traditionally industrial robots. 6-axis. Well, how do we think the industrial robot look like? The only industrial producer of robots was the production of AvtoVAZ. It produced technological equipment, but within the last 3 years, Volsky automation plant became the producer. It produced up to 200 robots a year under the license of our German colleagues. And since 2010, this plant designed and began to manufacture their own robots. And last year, this plant was unfortunately closed. So the production of Russian robots finished, unfortunately. And there is no serious production of robots in Russian Federation now. I tried to find different developers on the internet who offer something nowadays. There are 2 manipulators, for example, offered by people who worked at the Volsky car building plant, and they developed their own projects, so both traditional and really elaborate projects, like hexapod structures. This is very non-traditional robot. And in the middle, you can see a picture of metal processing. Yeah, I'm finishing. Yeah. Well, this is a very beautiful thing, but it's not quite robot. But there are no more developers in the Russian markets. I'm absolutely sure that the trends that had been formed within the Russian markets gave the basis for the foundation that there is a need to produce Russian robots in Russia. One variant is connected with the global production based in Russia, but the conditions for them should be really to increase their volume of sales up to 2,000 or 3,000 a year. It's very problematic in the near future. And the second option is to create our own production. I think this option is also possible, but it requires certain solutions, including the solutions at the level of management and at the level of Ministry of Industry and Fair. I see the following issues, the following problems. The first of all is archaic production in the industries of Russia. Most of you know that the production system of the modern enterprises are very far from the world ones, and it needs to be modernized. Everybody speaks about that, but there is little opportunity to make it. The sales of articles is really low. The customs policy is also an obstacle for investors. Everybody knows that you have to pay up to 20% of customs fees, and that doesn't also motivate the development of production within the country. Another factor is the cost of energy resources. They are more expensive than the global ones. Another issue is deficit of staff, qualified staff, and deficit of resources. These are the issues that need to be solved right now to motivate the investors to organize the production of robots within the Russian Federation. The ways to solve these problems are the following. We offer to consider our production system of our engineering plants within the new format, to transfer them into a new mode of production and to increase the quality, to develop quality management, to stimulate the demand for the implementation of robotic system, to change the customs rules, and to make the directions more popular. This first step has been already done. The championship of robots is going to be held. It's very important also for transferring this approach into our plants. Okay, so thank you, Vladimir.
Не,
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Vladimir learned from his own experience that manufacturing robots is a difficult science. I'd like to comment, first of all, with great respect to robotics in Russia, but you are mistaken on the density of robotization of the Russian Federation, because it's 10 times less. It's 2 robots per 10,000 employees, based on the data by the International Robotics Federation. Yeah, 2 robots indeed. That's this. Some attentive listeners have also noticed that, not only me, and we also need to understand that we are in a good company, because we don't have our own manufacturers of robotics, because the U.S. also have no large robotics manufacturers. But the Chinese have about 300 manufacturers, domestic manufacturers. Maybe they're small, maybe they're copying the existing examples, but there are more than 300 Chinese manufacturers in the Chinese Association of Robotics. We're about to sign an agreement with them, and we'll try to understand how they do that. Our next speaker is a very strong integrator company, Alpha InTech, who are using a number of innovative solutions. But Anatoly Perepelitsa will be our speaker, and we'd like to hear your opinion on the market development. Which way is more convenient for you? Yeah, please take the floor. Yeah, some technical remarks. Good afternoon, Alpha InTech company. We have been in the robotics market since 2009. Before that, we were in the automation and CNC machines development industry. I'll just recap on our most important projects, just for you to get an idea of our company. More technical remarks. And this is our first project, the first in Russia hydroabrasive robotized machinery with the pressure of 6,000 atmospheres. That's the first system like this in Russia. And another hydroabrasive machinery for the 3D processing of composite materials, for machining of composite materials. A landmark project for Roscosmos, machining of the first stage of carrier rocket, of the Soyuz carrier rocket. Look at the increase of productivity, 400 times, that is 40,000%. That's an example of a screen of the screen interface on our systems, and that's the console. And one of our key competencies is robots in the explosive environment. That's a highly protected robot by explosion protection 8x1 by the European classification. And also some quick recapping: machine vision systems used manufactured by and developed by Western companies and Russian companies. And this is what we completed recently: ultrasound defectoscopy for the State Rocket Center. And that's this one here. You see, we see something that has to do with rockets as well. This orders are what we got after we just came to the Palut Engineering Center, and we did our presentation. We showed a PowerPoint, and then we were just overloaded with orders. These are potential projects. They have not yet been implemented, but they are in the target program, in the federal target program for the ENG rocket. Now, maybe another interesting system is the welding of bicycle frames and other components. The project power, the installed power is the installed productivity is 250,000 bikes. It has been active in Perm. As for development of robotics, Just to get an idea of the problems of Russian integrator companies, any integrator, almost any integrator in terms of turnover, in terms of number of employees, is classified in Russia as a small or medium business. That's where all problems are rooted that our business is facing. We all know them, but one of the issues for integrators is that though we are small companies, it's large-scale businesses and concerns, including those with governmental support, that are our customers. That's why we have problems with procurement access and with the working capital, with the loans, with obtaining loans. That's a very important, a very big issue in the work of integrators when working with large-scale entities. Now, next paradoxical situation regarding taxation. We have in our taxation code articles that allow software developers to be exempt from VAT when they transfer exclusive property rights or under licensing agreements. Then entities that do R&D can also be exempt from taxes. But integrators who who develop software and who do R&D and process machining R&D for the hardware, there are no explicit privileges. We requested an auditing firm to decide how we can do that, and it's very difficult to do that under the existing Russian realities. And that's my proposal, or maybe a question, is that we can go two ways. We can show initiative in order to introduce changes into the taxation code, or we could, under the auspices of our association, we could work on legal schemes that will be quite universal for integrators and acceptable for most customers, because each specific company, its specific contract cannot be broken down into several agreements. Next one. My next point is that practically every integrator has a pool of ideas that they're working on. I mean, innovative ideas that can be somehow a push to the development of technology, and they elaborate those ideas. But integrators have skilled personnel to address these issues, and there's an experience working with a high-risk project with 100%, probably 100% success. The market has already got rid of the integrators who cannot work. If a company cannot take up a high-risk work, a high-risk job, then they will probably get out of business. We don't have big resources as regards the tools for state financing. We have low awareness and we have low access, though we could do that. That's why, under the auspices of the Russian Robotics Association, NAUR, we would suggest that we make up a pool of high potential products in order to promote them at the national level, at the governmental level, and maybe some funding instruments, some funding schemes could be developed for these integrators who have proven that they can work with high-risk projects. And one more problem is a low level of awareness of information, including and the companies like Roscosmos and Rosatom also have very little information on what robotics is about. And our experience with presentations has shown that even one road show is enough for people to change their minds, to change their approaches. And when I when there was one example given here that we haven't managed to include one of our projects into the federal program, and one of the examples of high efficiency events. We can hold kind of training events at companies. And one more very big point is the automobile industry and integrators. And integrators will understand that, but we'll discuss that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Anatoly. Okay, we have come down to earth. I'm trying to write down some notes. I've got 10 bullet points here. But the most important point is to come and to present our possibilities. Yeah, it's true. Okay, we have seen Sergey Mayorov here. I won't give the floor to you. I can only say that we have signed an agreement in the morning, and these companies who signed the agreement are very progressive, are very promoted in Russia, and we agreed to make sessions and invite technical management where the integrators and the manufacturers can show what they have. It's very necessary. Okay, let's move on. We are in the schedule. I would like to give the floor to Ivan Yermolayev, Kuka Company. Please, from your seat, whichever is convenient. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, a little bit closer. I'm a representative of the Kuka Company. I'm its CEO. My name is Ivan Yermolayev. If we speak about the premises, the Kuka Company has been operating for a very long time within the Russian market. It has started its operation from the supplying automobile parts. The Kuka Company has been very actively within the Russian working very actively within the Russian market. It has manufactured robots and has started the joint company and has been operating very actively. But this work was only connected with the automobile industry because it was our main customer, AvtoVAZ, KAMAZ, and all the other manufacturers. What we have now, the Kuka Company has about 3,000 installed robots for the years of operation. It's very many for Russia, but within the global market, the number is very small. If we compare this to Thailand, they install 2,000 robots a year. And we, with our largest base in Russia, these are only 3,000 robots for all the years of operations. As for the quick measures, I think the Association of Robotics has been created. It's very good. And the roundtable discussion of the robot producers is held every year, and I hope it will continue with the involvement of all participants and the system integrators. And of course, we should appeal to government and customers that we have a very low level of information concerning robotics, and we should really learn how to act. And my colleague said that state customers have post-payment projects, so we need financial tools and tax privileges created on the market and submitted to the government. The voice of small businesses cannot but be heard. And our robotics market is about 500 robots a year. It's not very big now, but it's very important because it represents innovative production. If we lag behind in this sphere, then we are going to lag behind very seriously, very crucially. Of course, some finance measures should be taken and some support plan to support the industry on the whole. we should discuss participation in the fairs and to discuss the low cost, the measure to lower the cost of process. Are there any questions? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for keeping to the time. And we have time for discussion. Dear colleagues, we have a representative of FANUC company, Marco.
Единственный, кто будет говорить на английском, поэтому если, значит...
The only person who will speak in English. So if possible and if you need, you can take devices for translation. I won't translate. Marco, please.
For my English. I'm working in robotics for 25 years. So I start to have a little bit of experience, not just in Russia, but also from Europe. What is robotics, how to develop the market in robotics. Because what we see today in Russia is what has been already experienced all around Europe or the world, okay? FANUC, this started 8 years ago, and we started immediately to develop a Russian engineer company that can provide solutions. So Russian solution replacing all the automation was coming from abroad. So the first, let's say, difficulties was that for sure there was not a culture about robotics yet, and the size of those companies. So what also, let's say, was presented before related to the difficulties for an engineering company. So we faced it already a long time ago. 8 years later, we discussed about the same issue. So a small engineering company needs to have the support from the government in order to grow and present, okay, a valid technical solution to the Russian market. We have, for sure, a lot of steps has been done, okay? 3,000 robots from KUKA, another 3,000 from FANUC, another 2,000 from others, and so on. But this is not enough. Let's say this market need to know what is the advantage of robotics in order to develop really engineering company that can provide solution, first of all, for this market, and in the future also exporting technologies to Europe or CIS or all around the world. So we have basically a different, let's say, problematic. One is end user, so know very well how to use robotics, what is important to do. We have the size of the company that provides solution in the market, okay? And at the end, there is also productivity. So at the end, you need automation in order to increase productivity. This means that you need to start to export or use much more, let's say, products internally. So different factors, okay, need to be approached. And one of the aim of the association, first of all, whatever is the color, is to advertise, do marketing about robotics and automation, give a feeling and the security to the production company that the step of automation and, let's say, robotization, it's something that is benefit them in order to have a competitive product in the market. This is most of the time one of the most difficult, let's say, message to bring, okay? Most of the time customers don't think of, and then do not revise their process, how they work today, how to improve, okay? So if we convince companies that improvements, changes, okay, give more competitive products to be sold all around the world, they will do investment in automation. So at the end, this association is pretty new, okay? So we just have 1 year of the association. We just start to talk, okay? We have a lot of dreams, but the dreams is in order to change, let's say, the country, that's for sure. As I said, I started 25 years ago. 25 years ago, I'm coming from Italy. There was the same. If we're talking about the size of engineering company, it was really small. If we're talking about how many robots there was sold in Italy, we're talking about 1,000 at that time, with a company like Comau that was producing robots. So how they went from 1,000 to 5,000 per year is a long process, for sure, okay? But it's something that we need to do anyway. So we will develop anyway the automation and robotics culture in this country like it was all around the world. Everybody needs a reliable product. And in order to do it, you need to do it just with automation and robotics. I believe, let's say, I stay inside the time. Is it? I can go on.
Even 1 minute more, if you want.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So, for sure, Fanuc is one of the biggest player, let's say, worldwide. There was that comment about, let's say, that I would like to answer. Do we need other robot producer? I do not agree with the level of the country depends on how many companies produce robots, honestly speaking. There are a lot of countries do not have robots, do not produce their own robots, but they export technology worldwide. So we don't have to think that the technology is the production of robots. The technology is engineering, is creating technology that can be unique in the market in order to fulfill an obligation with a customer or to produce something new, laser technology, any new feature that will be used in the future. So unfortunately, producing a robot don't bring too much value. We're just selling a robot. Who is using those robots? Who use this technology in order to produce something? This is where this technology. Development of software, development of application, let's say this is the key of success. And this is where Russia have a lot of potential with huge engineering competence. You can be the example in the market, even without producing a small robot, industrial robots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Коллеги, сейчас дам, да,
Dear colleagues, it's not the first time that I hear that foreign companies, foreign vendors believe in the Russian engineering potential even more than the Russian producers themselves. And this is a very important idea that you have expressed. And I'd like to say again that the value of the solution is only 30% made up of the robot itself. The rest is about software, about hardware that can be and is produced in Russia and that stays in Russia, and it can stay inside the country or it can be exported as well. And in this respect, the fact that we are not producing robots ourselves is not critical. Indeed. This doesn't mean that we cannot develop these technologies and that we cannot promote them further. And indeed, it's good that Mikhail Ivanov is here now, who has joined us, who's the main person for us in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, because the Department for Investment Machine Building is very important for us, and he is responsible for robotics, and he's our greatest friend, and he's the one who's really interested in the development of the market. Mikhail, before you, we have heard several speakers who wanted to discuss what we can do to for the Russian market to grow, and some people start speaking about suggestions, about ideas like integrators or producers, and all of them ask for the help from government. And I can give the floor to you now or later. And if you don't mind, then Mikhail Ivanov will speak. Just one remark from Vladimir Serebryny. Just a couple of words on what Mr. Delaney just said. I agree that competences on implementation, on introducing robots are very important. But as for our own robots, Fanuc thinks that we do not have to develop that. But we have an example of the sanctions that were introduced against Russia in terms of imports of high-tech products, high-tech machinery. There are no guarantees that this will not happen again. And this will not happen in the market of robotics. So probably we need to be careful when making conclusions of whether or not we need to produce robots in Russia. And secondly, as for the as regards formal decisions in the Ministry of Industry and Trade, there was an order and decree on import substitution, and at the level of the association, at the level of the market players, it would be very interesting to hear the ideas on what we can do to increase sales and increase consumption of robots. And the Ministry of Industry and Trade would want to see what solutions can be proposed and how we can implement them. And if you have a vision on that, why I'm mentioning that is because we have a team, a working group on automation that looks at incentives for robot consumption. We'll have to look at these offers. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry that I haven't been able to hear Mr. Delaney, because in March this year we had a business mission led by Minister Manturov, and we visited Fanuc facilities, and we visited some of the areas where components for robots are produced and where robots assemble robots, and where machining and other steps are happening that are automated to the where the automation is very high and very high quality. And indeed, Fanuc, with their volume of production of 27,000 robots per year, is a special goal, a special example to follow. And I cannot even start to compare the volume of production by this company and the volumes of the Russian market that we have today. That's why robotics is, of course, one of the new sectors, one of the new industries that need a new approach that compared to the development of the so-called traditional industries, because a traditional machining of any type there is a demand for that now today, because it has been used before, and we cannot imagine any product being made without it. But when we speak about robotics, we see something else. We see something different. Russian consumers, Russian companies, be it large-scale or medium-scale entities, do not always understand, do not always have an idea, and do not always feel the economic effect, the economic impact on the quality of production, on the speed of production steps that that follow from the use of robotics. And the only segment that knows robotics well in Russia is automobile production, the automobile sector, because this industry has to do with standard components, and they use typical standard production steps when they need to press the same components, when they need to repeat the same welding operations. This is the segment that needs automation even today. And unfortunately, this scale leaves much to be desired, but that's why we work, that's what we work to achieve. And that's why we try to discuss the problematics of robotics, and we need to communicate them to the industries. Together with the association, together with Naur, we organized a robot contest. This will not be the place where the battles between robots will happen, robot fights will happen. We will have a contest, but they will have to do with automation cells, automation units, and we'll sign the first agreement even today with a large-scale customer, which is a large company. And we are negotiating a few more agreements, and that will be happening under the auspices of Innoprom. And I hope that next year we will have the finals of this contest. We will make it a bright event, an event that people will want to see, which will show how robots, automated systems can be used, and which advantages these technologies bring. In robotics and automation are a big and integral part of the National Technology Initiative. Today, just to let you know, is a strategy of development of new production facilities in Russia. And these strategies and documents have been introduced in many countries. Today, India is the partner country for Innoprom. India has a strategy that's called Make in India, and Industry 4.0 in Germany. In Korea, it's Manufacturing Innovation 3.0. In Japan, it is a new robot strategy, and just to name just a few, that's a global trend that's being intensively discussed, and it's discussed by the G20 as well. Automation for us is the stepping stone for development of markets of future technologies that are part of our National Technology Initiative. That's IronNet, MariNet, HealthNet, EnergyNet, and other types of markets with this net suffix that are part of the national, that are covered by the National Technology Initiative. Once again, I'd like to underline that today we have a broad range of governmental support measures that have been proven valid and that have been proven efficient in different industries, including classical machining. And today I would be happy if we initiated a detailed discussion on the development potential for robotic systems in Russia and for automation in Russia. And I'm ready to to monitor these projects on a case-by-case basis, and we're ready to use the support measures and the incentives, and we are able to customize them. We have a special investment contract as a tool, and today we would be happy to hear some ideas or maybe some possible potential topics for discussion on this matter. And considering the volume of the Russian market, it's hard for us to offer something very beneficial for foreign investors. But the Ministry of Industry and Trade are implementing measures for export support, and we will develop production for robots, not only for the domestic market, but we will be focused on exporting our products as well. So if possible, I would like to hear such ideas from the speakers and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. So, according to previous what I previously told, I make some notes. Some offer may be left unnoticed. I know that sometimes it happens. It's very important to hear the opinion of the Ministry of Industry and Trade and to see the person responsible for that. Our government is kind of abstract thing now. But it's very important to see a very concrete person who is engaged with this or that thing and understands the peculiarities of the programs and the challenges it faces. Of course, we have the program, and the program will be accepted. The second thing is related to the championship. It was already told that a good initiative in Russia, supported by integrators and manufacturers, are hardly perceived by customers, because for the customers they are always something new and they distract them. Without the support of Ministry and Trade, it's impossible to overcome this obstacle, very difficult even. And we are very thankful for the Ministry and for the Minister in person for their realization, for their understanding. With the Innопроm, the situation was the same. We understand that Innопроm is the venue where we can meet and talk, but it hadn't existed before. So we are very thankful for the Ministry. This is the venue where the manufacturers and integrators can talk. I hope next year the customers and integrators will be able to talk further. The next speaker is one of the largest integrating company, Elfin Group, Vadim Ippolitov. Please, I would like to give the floor to you, 7 minutes. Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I'm a representative of Belfin Group Holding. We are the integrator that Vitaly had spoken about. We had been operating for a very long time on the market. We are engaged in robotization for 20 years. We implement the full cycle from design to turnkey for commissioning the complexes. We have know-hows, we have developments, we have complex approach. We are not only engaged with robotization, but with industrial complexes on the whole. The company has an international format. We have the engineering center in Minsk, and our Russian office is situated in Moscow. In our Russian office, different departments, marketing departments, and also center is situated. Our clients are railway engineering, space industry, and shipbuilding. The example of robotics development is exemplified in such projects as, also, for example, consumer goods. This is a very bright example where the video should be played now. Can you try to play the video? This is a welding of frame of snow toys for children. Vitaly had told about that. Before implementing that complex at the negotiations, we tried to calculate the term for investment return. It was about 2 years, and now the customer wants to install one more robot to increase productivity. One advantage for that is that robot has more productivity than a person, about 1.4 times quicker, and it's stable. Then this is a large project of Rosnano and Chelyabinsk plant. This is plasma cutting of big diameter pipes. This complex consists of 14 pipes. 6 axes go to robot, then the module for rotating. These projects allowed to increase productivity 20 times. The term for investment return is 1.5 years. We expect that. One more project is railway engineering. This is Sinara Group. Here we have welding of frame of the heat train. One of the indicator is productivity, and the labor cost, labor intensive is reduced 2 times. We use here laser, which helps to weld the parts, and this was the information about the solutions we offer for these challenges. All the challenges, I think, were mentioned, but I think it's necessary to repeat. Our customers know about the possibilities of robotization. Every day we face it. Some people don't understand what robot is. Some people don't understand how it works. Another problem is low level of production. Another issue is financing issue. There is no tools for financing. There are no tools for financing. And one of the problem is that there is a good deal of incompetent integrators. It spoils our market, and we have difficulties in working with the customers because the customers don't believe us because of such incompetent integrators. What are the ways to solve these issues? First is to increase the quantity of profile event with the participation of state authorities and state corporations. Some target programs for training and retraining staff should appear on the basis of the same state corporations. There should be conducted a development and implementation specialized finance tool for technologies with the state support and with the state financing and commercial financing. We also have offers for tax privileges for the plants which implement automated technologies. Of course, we as integrated would like to have tax privileges as well. But we think about customers first of all. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's good and very practical, I would say. So, colleagues, just to inform you, for those who are from companies and are interested in that, tomorrow we will have a session from 4 till 5 p.m. and the customer is United Shipbuilding Company, where the integrators and manufacturers of robots will be more detailed about manufacturing of robots. We have general talk here, but the more detailed session will be held tomorrow, as I have told. Please, who are interested, come. I can also say that our association is being formed gradually. As soon as we registered and entered the International Association of Robotics, our integrators gradually began to enter these associations. And today we have the meeting of the associations on taking 5 companies more into it, and the participants will vote, and we will speak how the association helps to develop the market. Again, who are participating in the market, please come as well. Can I have some comments? Just 2 words. Okay, as far as state programs for implementing state automated technologies are concerned, there are such programs. We don't talk today that these programs are oriented towards automated technologies because we don't have Russian product now that would meet the criteria developed and implemented last year by the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russian Federation in its resolution, which defines the criteria of production within the territory of Russian Federation. These rules work in all industries now, and they define a number of indicators, different indicators for different products, because we need to consider the peculiarity of every industry. We also have such detailed section for robotics, and we are ready. But we should together think how to implement specific projects on producing parts or ready-made robot complexes, and the tools of the Ministry of Industry and Trade will be adjusted and could be implemented in this sphere of industrial robotics. As for the very interesting tool, we have launched a leasing program this year, which is implemented by the Foundation of the Industry Development. Vitaly has told that the events which are oriented to the development of the industries and robotics in this sphere, we are working on searching the sources for financing such event, and this leasing program is working now. Such companies as Belfin Group should pay special attention to this tool, because this tool allows the customer to have a special package of leasing services, finance services, on the conditions which are more favorable than the conditions existing in the market. I'm ready to discuss it separately and to speak about the Foundation of the Industry Development, which is the operator of the support measures. And I can assure you that some funds have been allocated for that, and there is a number of customers who I advise you to pay special attention to that. Thank you very much. I know about Federal Reserve program, federal target programs, and many companies receive support. But of course, there is a gap because those wishing to gain support are more than the existing money. But I think there are good chances for robotics. For me, the participants of the robotics markets are divided into two groups. One of them is our association participants, and another is our friends and partners. I'm happy to see that new vendors like Kamao company appear on the market. The company Kamao appeared from the Fiat company. It has good product, but it is not known in Russia yet. I'm happy to give the floor to CEO of Kamao Russia, Vadim Ippolitov. Please, you can speak from your seat.
Indeed, please excuse me my mistake. That's Vladimir Shkinov is to speak, and I will look at the time. Well, I have already been introduced even twice as myself as someone else. Actually, I am Vladimir Shtinov, the CEO of Kamao Russia. You can understand, you can guess what I'm going to speak about from what the previous speakers have mentioned, from Kuka, Fanuk, our favorite and much loved competitors to Mikhail Ivanov. You know that during the past 10 years, robotics in Russia was mainly about automobile industry, mainly in quality and in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. The Kamao company was set up by the Fiat for the construction of Avtovaz, and it's been present in Russia since the 1970s. And this is our main market. and this is our core market. So we are not producers of robots like Fanuc and KUKA. I'd say that KUKA is our competitor. We have similar functions. We produce robots and robotized systems, including those for automobile industry. Fanuc produces universal, multifunctional robots. In terms of number of robots we produce, we are quite small. Fanuc produces 250,000. KUKA produces 80,000. We produce about 30,000 robots a year. This area, this business was a side business, kind of an auxiliary business for Kamal since the 1980s. In 2003, Kamal localized its operations in Russia. We set up Kamal Russia. It was specifically set up after Kamaz company for building the facility. We built the full-scale factory, the integral system from painting to assembly and to industrial assembly. Renault company was our customer, and Kamal was the main contractor. That was between 2003 to 2006. Then we worked at Avtovaz as Renault was merging with Avtovaz. And during the past 2 years, we have bought the two facilities in Yelabuga and Naberezhny Chelny for Ford. It's known as a production area, but in fact these are two big factories to produce automobiles. What do robots have to do with that? We have supplied 70 robots to the two latter companies, to the two companies mentioned above. During the past 10 years, being constantly present at the Russian automobile production market, as everybody mentioned, we have been the leader in the Russian robotics. Many thanks to the association, they have looked at the figures for supplies of our robots during the past 10 years. I want to acknowledge what Vitaly has done. We see the statistics for the past 10 years. 340 robots were supplied to the automobile industry. We supplied 70 or 80 robots. KUKA via their joint venture with Avtovaz has supplied about 100 robots, and Fanuc also supplied some. So you understand the scale. If you look at the next slide, you will see how the picture of Autoprom today, of the Russian automobile industry today, in terms of robotics. Again, thanks to Vitaly and the association, we have the data that about the main consumer of robots. I'm not speaking about the future. We can see that the automobile industry has been the major consumer, the key consumer of robots. In Russia, there was only 400 robots consumed by the automobile industry during the past 10 years. So you can see how different the scale is. The mathematics is very simple. We have had a decree by the Minister of Industry and Trade on the industrial assembly that has made the sector attractive for foreign manufacturers. The second stage of industrial assembly was where the idea was to provide incentives to producers of automobiles in Russia to localize production of engines. No one, apart from Renault and Avtovaz, has signed the agreement for this second stage, because no global producers in the market that has been on the downside since 2008 can produce 300,000 machines a year. The forecast was automobiles a year. The forecast was that we would produce about 3 million cars a year, but in fact at present we are producing about 1 million cars a year, and we cannot go higher than that. We cannot do more than that. With this forecast, providing incentives and encouraging to industrial assembly is not very realistic. I know that we have people from the ministry here. They will support me that there's the third package for support of the automobile industry being discussed. It will probably be adopted in the autumn. That's what the media say, at least. And the third stage there is localization of automobile components. We understand that without localization, our cars are not competitive, including competitiveness in the world market. That is very well supported by the ministry. And many thanks to our authorities for that. What I wanted to say is that if we encourage production of, if we do not look at encouraging 300,000 automobiles a year, but rather will provide incentives to the robotization of the automobile industry, then we will get the leverage. And indeed, all our competitors will want to support us, I hope. If we provide incentives for automation and robotization of the Russian automobile industry, that today is very far from being an automated, highly automated industry, then the effect, even if we take some rough calculations, we will have the demand of about 1,000 robots a year. This will be a very good piece of a pie, which everyone will want to fight for, be it ABB and Fanuc and Kuka. And this will be a push for development of competences, and that will help us localize production of robots. And until and unless we do that, we take that leap, I doubt that we will have been able to move to achieve any progress in localization and development of the industry in terms of robots. And thank you very much.
One comment.
Владимир first, Marco, you next.
Okay.
Очень короткое замечание, но я что-то не понимаю.
Just one short comment. I don't know why you're speaking about 300 and 400 robots in 10 years, even though while only the Volzhsky factory alone has sold about 10,000 robots for the automobile industry. Marco, now it's your turn.
Sure, let's say automotive was, let's say, the main driver, okay, for automation or robotization. So automotive is the biggest consumer, okay, or robotization, automation is the example in the market, okay. But as I said, let's say, the development of a market is also in other industry. It's not just related to automotive. Thanks to Kumar, we have seen what is the scale also, okay, also in Russia here, let's say, related to robotics. But let's say what I've seen is that in the last 5 years, 7 years, the increase of, let's say, robots used in general industry, what is called general industry, OEMs, grow in Russia something like 20% a year. This is healthy for the country, okay, to understand what needs to be done in automation and robotization. As I said, automotive is the example, but then all other, let's say, industries need to be developed in the same way, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Конечно, ну тут оба взгляда, я считаю.
Yes, certainly, both views are true and appropriate. And I'll comment on Mr. Delaney's words that we were also impressed by the range of your robots that can be used, for example, in the production in making pharmaceutical products. These are robots of this size that can be placed on at this table, at a table like this, that take 5 seconds or so to make hundreds of pills of different colors and sizes at unimaginable speeds. And indeed, the potential of automation is not only in the automotive industry. And I've already mentioned that we have been implementing the roadmap, TechNet, and the National Technology Initiative in Russia as the main source of the so-called testing fields for looking at new technologies. This strategy has been approved, and we are going to work very intensively and use a lot of efforts in this area. Speaking about the figures, there is a very good background for development of robotics in Russia. But my question to Mr. Shtinov will be if the world automotive market produces 98,000 robots, which is what percentage does Kamau produce. Let's look at the facilities in Russia for further exporting. We will be able to support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of taxation, in terms of customs duties, in terms of tax incentives, and all this we offer as a package of an investment contract that prescribes the rules for the doing business and provides preferences in terms of procurement, in terms of buying products, and that will be. And you have the status of a Russian product. You also mentioned that there is a number of measures for the support of export. I have a good example here. I've just come from a session that's called localization of machine building, and in fact this is where we are continuing our dialogue with Germany, and Dr. Feske is leading this association, this group. He's head of the Union of Machine Builders of Germany. We have huge projects in machine building at the Ulyanovsk Machine Building Company, DNG Mori. That's a huge concern. DNG Mori Seiki, a huge Japanese company. I've been looking at this project ever since it was first set up, and while it was positioned as producing in Russia for Russia, today it's producing in Russia for the world. There is a construction of a factory in the pipeline, negotiations with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and the company, which is a world leader in machine construction, will now be producing their machines and develop models for the world market. And let's highlight these cases, and let's look at localization from this perspective. And this is indeed a very cool example, because when speaking of localization, we normally mean the Russian market is a small market. If we change our perspective a little bit, we do not really have to export to Japan. There are many other countries that are not highly saturated in terms of robotics and that can serve as export markets. Let's all kinds of flowers grow. Different robots can be offered to different industries, the food industry, the light industries, pharmaceuticals, and we have to have special companies with specific competences which accumulate expertise in different areas. And by the closing of our panel discussion, I asked Albert Yefimov to be the last speaker. He doesn't need any introductions, because everyone who has to do anything with robotics in Russia knows about the robotics center in Skolkovo that he is head of, and they combine different views and different spheres of application for robotics, be it personal and industrial robotics. He has a very broad view, can offer broad conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe some of you know me more. Okay, nevertheless, some issues that I have heard. In February, I was at the expert conference of the Shuk company. this company, and this conference was devoted to service robotics. In fact, I think that during 5 years such discussions will be held. The industrial robotics will be discussed in terms of automation of production and service robotics. The border between service robotics and industrial robotics is being erased. You know what company in Russia sells robots to Japan? It's impossible to imagine it. Aedes Madsen company sells robots to Japan. Do you know Russian companies selling robots to China? Promobot company, Russian company, sells robots to China. Do you know that the number of service Russia sold in Russia and abroad is more than the quantity of robots installed in Russia? According to the order of International Federation of Robotics, we calculated the number of industrial robots. Only the companies from Skolkovo for 2015 sold more than 500 industrial robots. Yeah, industrial robots are more expensive, but I think the numbers for 2016 will be several times higher. And the service robotics will sell more robots than industrial robotics. Of course, the state support is needed for the development of robotics. I think the discussion that has just begun about the support of other segments of economy, except machine tool industry, is very important. Nowadays, about 10% of industrial robots installed in Russia are in food industry. Food industry is growing. I think that another industry should be paid attention to, and that's the question to integrators. Maybe that's not the direction we go to. As far as the robots we manufacture, you know, I haven't heard here any innovative things. Yeah, you talked about innovative projects. Please present them. We called you for Skolkovo Robotics conference, and very few of you have come. But I can announce that the first project on creating collaborative robots was created in Skolkovo and was launched in Skolkovo. We are going to support this project. This is industrial robotics. We are the collaborative robotics spoken about by KUKA, ABB, and FANUC companies. I think this industry should be supported by state as well. Where to gain tax privileges? The robotics is dealing with soft, and if we go to Ministry of Communication for tax privileges, these privileges will be hard to gain. But you can always gain Skolkovo privileges, because this is a good tool, and really tax privileges are really, really good. So if you want to make robotics projects and you have something innovative, try to go to Skolkovo with that. And you might really gain tax privileges we have just discussed. The software will make a good share of robotics, and it's very important. Our basic competitive advantage of our robotics will be always in the sphere of software. It's understandable. It was mentioned by our integrators, some of them, because computer vision, laser scanning, all these are parts of the solutions which will be a part of the competitive advantage. This is my opinion, and let us work together on increasing the number of robots. Thank you. Thank you, Albert. We are always lacking a good portion of aggression and new niches, because we often focus on certain things, but I have just written down that we have forgotten about Skolkovo. Some of people have talked about good solutions. Please raise your hands who has Skolkovo status. Okay, come on, raise your hands. Okay, and who appealed for Skolkovo status but didn't gain it? One person. You see, the majority of companies gained Skolkovo status when appealing to that. I can tell that getting this status is simple. You can fill in the application for 2 days if you know the sphere. You should try. Okay, colleagues, I think we have a good talk. I wish more time were left for questions, but the organizers tell me that the next session is waiting to be held. So let's discuss everything in the corridor. I would like to thank all participants and speakers and the listeners. Thank you for everybody. And I invite you for the next roundtable discussion, which will be held tomorrow. Thank you, and thank you for the moderators as well.
строго номинально слежу. Хотя, наверное, нужно было. Но даже ему задавать вопрос, у них другой департамент. Я занимается транспортный департамент. А кто транспортный департамент? Вы же не пишете. Ну, я его видел, сейчас фамилию не могу вспомнить. Если я зайду на сайт Минтранспорта, фамилию транспортного вы увидите.
Но я просто хочу, что если вот эта идея, которую я сказал, она сработает,
То, что я записался.
вот, по крайней мере, я готов поучаствовать в обсуждении, в подготовке документов, новых пакетов, потому что не пойдет новый развязный скорее. Раньше боялись роботов из социалов. У нас все старое. Сейчас я просто вам, я не стал это времени, автограмма. Мы построили полностью, начиная с технологии, полностью. Сейчас сам завод уже 40-50% операций автоматизирован по одной. Недавно мы конкретно снова автоматизировали конкретную операцию. Они стоят так, вначале сила. Народ, кто-то вписался, кто-то не вписался. И все. Они попробовали
Начали порой, да?
карантин. И все. И они поняли, что у них нет денег. Четко пошли, а другого рабочего больше на автомате сейчас та самая ситуация. Все боятся обучения, сократили уже столько, что передать некуда. И уже сейчас нам вообще не понятно. После того, как мы крупные успешно производство, то есть там, я понимаю, что можно но если вот эту идею продать, то если новый пакет я вам гарантирую, что ну, корректировали этот тупик. Ну, мы там попробуем поучаствовать, и на всякий случай.
У вас есть это? Ну, нет, конечно, почту диски особого формалине. Я мог в других мероприятиях разговор начать с того, что у меня
Все до конца июля, мне надо всем голову забрать. Вот. Если вы, Виталий, узнали, ну, может, где-то скажите, есть этот пакет, нет. Потому что я встретил это только, встретил специализированную сайта, там проскочила такая информация, это там МИТАС, и РБК, это полностью, меня ребята ответят, новый пакет, на втором практически провалился. Ну, я говорю, кроме ремонта вашего, никто не подписал. Хорошо, спасибо вам большое.
Раз, раз, есть.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, let me welcome you here and offer to begin our discussion of a very interesting topic of import substitution. Irina Gaido, partner and managing director of BCG company, head of the branch of oil and gas industry. We have been discussing this industry for the first time at Innопроm venue. Today, the following representatives will be taking part in the discussion: authorized authority representatives and representatives from oil and gas companies and companies manufacturing of oil and gas equipment. So the title of the discussion is whether to buy Russian equipment or foreign equipment. I hope that we can come to the conclusion after this discussion. So, a brief introduction. Today, the following people are taking part in the discussion: Evgeny Muratov, head of the Department for Machine Building of the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russian Federation, Dmitry Seryogin, and Bashneft Company, Gennady Shmal, president of the Union of Oil and Gas Manufacturers, Duncan Mal, president of Kawasaki, and Vladimir Vavilov as well, from Gazprom company. I hope some experts will be able to take part in the company, in the discussion, among them Andrei Andreev, Dmitry Teryukhin, the import substitution director of Ministry of Energy of Russia, Georgy Shurov, of director of MMK department, and the representative of Premium Service, and Sergei Mineev, CEO of Transneft Oil Pumps. We are planning to discuss the issues during an hour, and then we would like the audience to take part in the discussion. This will take place during the last half an hour. First of all, let me give the floor to Galina Demenyova from Titanium Valley, who will tell us why the topic of oil and gas appeared at the Innoprom venue this year. Thank you very much, Irina. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the topic of oil and gas at the Innoprom venue appeared for the first time. Innoprom is held for the 7th time this year. And as a rule, the basic topics discussed there are machine building and metallurgy, because our region is traditionally metallurgic. The initiator of oil and gas topic were we, Titanium Valley Corporation. This is one of the special zones, economic zones in the Russian Federation. Why did we decide to discuss this issue without having competence enough to discuss it? There are several reasons. One of them is that the authorities nowadays declare that the priority of import substitution is of great value. Another reason is that the price for oil and gas changed, and the oil and gas companies buy imported equipment and have less profits, and they might face different problems with buying the equipment. One more reason is that the special economic zones was conceived as the institution for development and one of the ways to attract investments to the territory of Russian Federation. We offer a number of privileges for the investors who want to build production with us. First of all is tax privileges. All the taxes are equal to zero except profit tax, which is 2%. Then the very cheap land and the very cheap tax for energy sources. Every special economic zone has its specialization. Our economic zone is located near Nizhny Tagil, Sverdlovskaya Oblast, 40 kilometers from it, on the border of the largest corporation producing Titan. We basically were created on the initiative of Visma Corporation as the venue for developing mechanical processing of titanium within the Russian Federation and distribution of added value for titanium articles within the Russian Federation. Visma Corporation is our key partner in working with different industries, and it gives us certain frames. For us, oil and gas industry is one of the priorities for attracting investments to our site. Priority number one is aircraft industry, number two is oil and gas industry, and number three is medical articles, because medical articles are using titanium. And this is a very good market for such articles. With this discussion, we would like to answer the following questions. First of all, to understand how the market players in this industry are concerned with the issue of import substitution, and how correct we are, where we understanding in the trend given us by the authorities. If we were wrong, we might fail some certain new articles. We might find certain new articles and find companies to address as venues for tax privileges for investors. We are not competent enough, I'm frank in it, and we are sure, we feel very competent in the aircraft industry. We are launching projects in the industry of oil and gas. With this discussion, I would like to get acquainted with all of you. That's our description. Thank you very much, Galina. If you allow me, let us begin with the topic of state objectives in import substitutions. And in the dynamics of following the order that had been accepted a while ago, we want to understand how the Ministry of Industry and Trade assesses the technologies which were successful and the industries with which in which there are challenges, what is impossible to substitute, and if there are any controversies for the companies in implementing the objectives of import substitution. Evgeny, can you comment on this? Yes, of course. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome the organizers, participants, and speakers and experts of the conference, oil and gas, whether to buy Russian products or foreign products. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to switch off my phone. I'm sorry. I will fix it right now. Okay, I'll begin with the status of industrial plan on import substitution formed by the Ministry of Industry and Trade. First of all, it's very important to say what is this document about and how it appeared. The document was developed a year ago or more, in March, I think. Yeah, in March 2015. We asked all oil and gas companies in Russia, thanks there are a few of them, we asked them if they have a need in imported equipment by the year 2020. We got some amount of information, and under the auspices of Ministry of Energy of Russian Federation and Russian Energy Agency, we analyzed this information and calculated what articles are planned to be bought by 2020 and then formed the industrial plan. These are points the industry has need of. So, and there is also a need to erase the dependency on the import. We have 60% dependency on import. When we talk about import substitution, we are talking about development of oil and gas industry, oil and gas companies who supply their products to our oil and gas complex. If the company is competent enough, then the customer is very interested in paying attention to the opportunities. Practically all the customers we are dealing with are considering buying national products if it is cheap enough. This issue become crucial due to sanctions and due to the devaluation of ruble. Our company, within the last year or two, became more competitive in comparison with the foreign manufacturers. The order of the ministry was finished, and we formed the need in the equipment, analyzed the equipment, and divided several directions of our customers, of the needs of our customers. And the needs we need to meet from the point of view of the state. Many of you know and participate and moderate of expert groups of the Scientific Council on the Oil and Gas Equipment Development, formed under the Ministry of Industry and Fair, as some expert venue, expert place on import substitution. This commission is headed by the minister himself, and it was formed under the order of the government. All the authorities of the oil and gas authorities are present there on this place, and of course the ministry itself. This commission has been working for about 1 year and a half. It had 3 meetings or 4 meetings so far, and each working group, each expert working group, we have 13 groups in this commission. Each expert working group has moderators. These are customers of oil and gas companies who studied demand and nomenclature positions. They are responsible for and distinguished some red zones to be paid attention to. We made a detailed industry plan. On the 8th of June, we published the order, which is published on the website on the Ministry of Industry and Fair, how the process is going on. So the ministry has a lot of appeals from the oil and gas companies and engineering companies, engineering institutions, and universities, different associations, and customers themselves, and asking them to support their projects. Deciding on the support of this or that kind of project, and I need to say that the most topical projects are taking loans, giving credits, and giving research and development credits on the at the lower interest rate. I will tell a little bit later about the contract we are now working on. This is about the products which doesn't have any direct analogs in Russia, and the customer asks for something, the manufacturer produces, and the state gives certain tax privileges. In order to make decisions on the support of this or that kind of project, we are basing on the import substitution programs formed by the expert groups. We are trying to support the production of the articles which are in high demand and which depend on import. The products which are planned to be manufactured within this program should be competitive, should be implemented into the national heat engineering complex, and if our customer buy this or that kind of product, it means that it has some export potential, because this product is made according to international standards, international quality standards, high-tech products, because we have a very complex process of oil and gas extraction and oil and gas of finding oil and gas deposits. It means so the product this industry makes has a certain export potential.
And this is where the Russian Export Center takes up an active position with the support programs for exporters and with us as the ministry to support priority projects. We have supported the following players. That's actually the question that's normally asked. There are a large number of companies that have already received support and that are receiving it now and that have requested state support. That's part of our package. We are supporting Kriagenmash. We have provided a subsidy to them. We have supported many R&D projects. We have funded about 600 million rubles this year. This has been done, and there was a decree number 214. We subsidize part of the bank interest rate for a company's working capital. That's how we provided. We assigned 320 million last year, and we are adding 70 million rubles. Our colleagues from different factories across the country, like Volgograd, Neftemosh, Novomed Perm, and others, will receive this money before the middle of August. So don't you worry, we will not let you alone. And the global investment tools include special investment contracts. On June 21st, we had a meeting of the special interagency committee, and we discussed a couple of special investment contracts for Gazprom and for within Gazprom. There is a factory in Tomsk that plans to produce valves and including those that have electric drives. There's a good demand for for products that are used as import substitution. We are planning investments. We are providing support to the colleagues, and we provide tax exemptions and exemptions from the property profit tax, and we will freeze that until 2023. The next special contract is production of pumps, Gemes and Livne and Hydromash. The colleagues are doing internal localization there, moving their production facilities from Ukraine into Adol region. They have Gazprom and Gazprom Neft is there to as their big customers, and they're planning to create jobs, and the contracts will be concluded very soon. In general, we have very many requests from Transneft, from Chelyabinsk for a compressor plant. Gazprom Neft are planning to produce catalyzers in Omsk. These are our main area where we provide support. Speaking about regulations, of course, you cannot only help achieve progress through incentives, and this process seems difficult, but we make good progress nonetheless. So, while speaking about regulations, we have set up a committee for import substitution, and we already have potential projects. And very soon, customers, which are government-supported companies, will send requests, and we will distribute the demands, requests for, and we will communicate this information to companies for them to know the demand within 5 to 6 years, and knowing about factories that have already learned how to produce specific products. We will recommend to customers which factories they have to work with. Speaking of the state, the governmental companies, We are already negotiating possible imports, and I have already chaired the first meeting with associations in the ministry yesterday on whether or not we can import specific equipment, and we will request the customers to buy from Chile, for example, compressors from Chelyabinsk rather than from Belgium. Thank you very much. That's a very optimistic approach, a very optimistic view of the import substitution program. And I'd like to hear the representatives of Ministry of Energy. Do you share this optimism on this, and where are you making the biggest progress, and where would you like to accelerate the progress? And you have a PowerPoint, and unfortunately, the microphone is not working. The microphone is switched off. Do I stand on my knees? Or does it work like this? A technical break. Dear colleagues, dear participants, together with the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russia, the Ministry of Energy of Russia is also involved in the efforts with the focus on implementing the import substitution policy. We have several working groups working on import substitution in petroleum, in the petroleum industry, in the Russian catalyzers. What I'd like to highlight is the efforts of the Russian Energy Agency with the goal to implement the import substitution program. You have mentioned that the format of the discussion is SWOT analysis, and indeed this is a very good decision because it helps us see the subject both from the inside and from the outside. I'd like to dwell on the internal part, on the information infrastructure. That's where the Russian Energy Agency works on, and as a moderator of the I work as the moderator of the Scientific Council, and the Russian Energy Agency is now implementing the project to set up an automated system, which is part of the import substitution program. We have defined 3 goals, 3 areas for. The first goal is to set up a communication forum. For example, our committee has to consolidate demand and supply and from different players. The second goal, the second function is monitoring. We will have mechanisms within the system for the measurement systems and assessment systems for assessment of efficiency of how decrees are being implemented. It's very important to see the informational mechanism that we and to see the action of the information mechanism that has been mentioned before. And the third goal is to set up a single information space that will consolidate several information frameworks. That's GIS Prom and GIS Tech, GIS Industry and GIS Petroleum and Fuel and Heat and Power sector. And on this slide, I can show you the information space that we work in. We have described the players in the import substitution program as we see them. The information space for import substitution, as we see it, is builds on the segment, the sectors that ensure demand and support. On the state, that's Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Industry and Trade, and the information environment that is made up of two backbone systems, which is the GIS fuel and energy sector and the ICE technology for import for the import substitution program. This is the automation information system for looking for information. There is a service that a matchmaking service. There are power engineering services that we have commissioned, and we are integrating our services with GIS industry, and we are improving and developing services. We have registered hundreds of items on the side of supply and on the side of demand, and the system's function is to ensure to act as a matchmaking space. I'd like to invite all participants to take an active part in this system, because its scope will define how well and how efficiently it can be used, and its efficiency as well as an information framework for the existing system, for the existing sectors. Thank you very much, Dmitry. It's very important to understand in detail what the demands are, what the requests are. At least in terms of the number of items, we can see that demand is 4 times higher than the supply. The system is now at the stage where we fill it with content, and we urge the participants to take an active part in it. I would like to hear the customers now. How does it happening from your perspective? In which areas would you like to see higher supply? And do we have a technology where we need, where we have special difficulties in terms of the transfer from foreign vendors to the Russian facilities? And the first speaker will be from Bashneft company. Dmitry, would you comment on that, please? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Many thanks to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to discuss the problems, the issues very important for Bashneft. To cut a long story, I'd like to sum up the company's approach to import substitution and to voice some of the positions, some of the opinions. Historically, Bashneft is not subject to sanction-generated risks. We are in Russia, and our business does not have to do with sanction with the goods that are subjected to sanctions. But we work on import substitution very successful and very actively. We're involved in 11 technological tracks. We have 3 pillars for our approach. That's security, that's high-tech nature, and cost. Our approach does not does not involve any preferences. We choose the Russian goods only if, all things considered, it is not inferior to foreign analogs to foreign products, both in terms of safety and in terms of cost. This is our principal position. We are not ready to be a lab mice. We have our shareholders, and we must make money for them. Our key shareholder is the state, and sometimes we see that producers are very much surprised and unhappy that we do not buy products from them, even though they are located in Russia. Dear colleagues, we have a lot of examples where Russian producers are the best in terms of quality and safety. And I'm convinced that Russian industry, including oil and gas equipment producers, know how to produce competitive products. Just off the top of my head, we have only bought Russian-produced pipes for a long time. High-pressure pumps, the same situation is with high-pressure pumps. They are 100% Russian. And such items as catalyzers or additives are also, the majority of them are also produced in Russia. For example, procetane enhancing additives are produced that we use are produced in Russia. We do need to develop technology. We need to make progress. We need to move ahead. And preferences in this respect can or privileges can have a reverse effect by reducing the interest from the producers. That's why we do need to maintain a competitive environment. As for our ideas and considerations as to how we have to move further, we are active users of the automatic information system for import substitution, and indeed there are some bottlenecks in it for the moment, but we are working with it and we provide feedback, and we think this is a very good environment that will help manufacturers and customers find shared interests and common ground. We are actively implementing the program for cooperation with Russian regions. We are signing agreements. For example, we have signed an agreement with the Sverdlovsk region. We are looking at the roadmap, which is part of this agreement, and we see this as a very efficient interaction tool, because this environment helps us directly contact regions and producers of equipment, and when we are directly connected without any intermediaries, that's where we can mitigate the main problems. That's where we can see the major problems. We can see the bottlenecks, where we can see where the process for implementing new technologies is stalled. And if you have any other questions, I will be happy to answer. And thank you to the organizers again. Thank you very much, Dmitry, for your comment. I think we will want to hear the company from the company whose development projects have to do with the sanction-related issues. That's the Arctic Shelf. The Arctic Shelf is, of course, about Gazprom. I would like to thank you for organizing this event. This is a huge scale, and we can tap into many different other spheres. And it's important that the manufacturers of equipment can build a productive dialogue and with us and here on the state support. To echo Evgeny, state support works. During the past year, we have requested support for 6 R&D projects, and the Ministry of Industry and Trade has supported all of them, and that's how they have alleviated our burden in implementing import substitution, because it's no secret that when we have no technology or product in Russia, we need to develop that. And of course, it's not a fast process, and we developed a number of measures that help producers learn how to manufacture products, and we as the customer can help them. Speaking about the import substitution program that's implemented in our company, we focus on strategic technologies, which is the technology of the projects that have to do with the Arctic shelf and underwater production. The 5 key areas are survey, mining, exploration, and storage, and we work with the search for input substituting analogs. But most of you, but the question is usually that we use a lot of hidden import, and we don't have anything against imported components from by producers, but we need to see how you support Russian producers as well, in terms of cooperation, in terms of components as well. If we look at 455 items in our critically important list, this list is twice shorter now. As regards the two main technologies, that's the gas market and the shelf projects, we have our demand for small and medium tonnage is probably practically absent as of today, and we met the CEO of Transgas Ekaterinburg here, which is our daughter company. They have used this technology for several decades, and they've been very successful. And once again, do not use misleading notions. There is a large tonnage LPG, but for transport, that's used a lot. But as for small and medium equipment, we see no problems using Russian equipment. I mean, exchange cycle and pumps and compressors and frames. Today, Russian companies can fully meet all the demands, both from our company and other vertically integrated companies. If we switching to shelf, this is a complex issue, and it needs additional reviewing, additional analysis. But most companies have no information on the volumes and on the funding for input substituting companies. We also will, of course, have to protect our licenses, but one of the scenarios is to involve foreign licensors with a subsequent transfer of technology, components, and infrastructure. This is the program for the nearest future that we are implementing even now. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And in conclusion, I will be happy to hear from a private oil company. Mr. Andreev, can you voice maybe your position? Is it any different from those voiced before? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm Andrei Andreev, Lukoil Company, and I work for the unit responsible for processing oil, gas, and petrochemicals. We are the moderators for the technology group, and listening to the discussion that is unfolding here. First of all, I would agree with Bashneft and say that it's the customers who call the shots, because who should be able to call the shots, because rigid regulations may have very negative effects. Our support, our approach is similar. That's efficiency, safety, and environmental friendliness. And this principle helps us stay in the leading positions. In terms of processing, we have completed all the main projects, and we produce quality. We make quality products with the maximum efficiency and the maximum value addition, and we can focus on on pinpoint matters, and we can focus on import substitution in the sphere of technology, because we have tested and we have implemented and we are using in our processing facilities all kinds of technologies and all kinds of products. This is a complex issue as regards technology, and the first thing is that we are interacting and working. We are working with the Ministry of Industry very actively, and with Skolkova in the area of communication and information systems in terms of technology, the technology package, in terms of collecting ideas and opportunities from potential suppliers of these technologies. I'm talking about processing. And we are today at the stage of the first of initial discussions for hydro purification and reforming with the circulating layer, alkalizing, and hydrocracking. These are the refining technologies. As for petrochemicals, now we receive pan-precursor olefins. Our priority areas is alpha olefins and resins. Technology is a complex sphere, and we today face a gap in terms of technology, in terms of its review, and in terms of catalyzer production technology and chemical production technology. These are two parallel realities today that only ever overlap to a very small degree, and they are coordinated separately from each other. And there is a huge, it's a huge challenge for those who have sent requests to, who have applied to take part in this competition, in this selection process. Most companies that are bidding are design institutes, and those institutes work in refining and in petrochemicals, and I actively interact with them, and these professionals are used to working with very specific, well-known rules and regulations. And today, some of those rules are getting more rigid and some of them getting more relaxed. And this is a problem with them because switching from a very standard approach to development of technologies, taking into account the lack of connections, the lack of communication with producers of the agents and the catalyzers. I would underline that we need to integrate these areas and these subsectors. We used to work together, but then we had to work separately because that was the decision, and we need to go back to thinking on bring them together again. Thank you very much, and that's a very interesting opinion. I think the role of research institutes and independent companies is very important. I can't keep silent. I agree with Bashneft and Lukoil, but dear colleagues, we need to give preferences. The problem is, the question is which preferences. We open the doors and say we have some criticism, but we look at the refining technology, and we look at the producers, and we need to know the weight and the dimensions and the materials that are used that do not quite meet international standards. Therefore, we need to look at the price-quality ratio. If we do that, then the foreign licenses always will always look better, and foreign licenses always provide warranty for the whole system, for the whole for the whole scope of the products. But we do need to give preferences, otherwise Russian companies will physically not be able to meet our needs because our requirements become more and more stringent every year. We introduce Euro 5. We introduce adsorbents that are not produced in Russia. ExxonMobil, for example, works with Lind and shale, and they're a step ahead even now. While Russian companies are waiting, while Russian companies are taking time to look at the composition, they lag behind. They immediately stay behind because we do need to take an integrated, a selective approach. But within the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we have an environment that helps consolidate demand and to address the bottlenecks and the issues, but without acting too independently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that it's very interesting that there is a discussion already inside one group. If you allow me, I would like to have a possibility of a group of manufacturers to present. I have a couple of words to tell about preferences to Russian manufacturers and localizers, what the discussion was about. The Ministry of Industry and Trade has developed some criteria on how Russian the products are. These criteria imply steps to deepen localization up to 2020. If, for example, from 2016 up to 2018, the product will be national if the license to produce it consists of only producing it abroad and trying it in Russia, and there are intellectual rights to produce it with the possibility to transfer it to another legal person. 80% minimum should be Russian in the cost of ready-made article, and besides tests, different operations like painting, handling, processing should be produced in Russia. This criteria will be approved in 2 months, and thus the remarks of our colleagues have been met. We are planning to give this criteria for approval, and the comprise different kinds of articles from oil plants, oil processing plants, up to different articles. We are trying to listen to different manufacturers, experts, and different authorities. We have the order by Dmitry Medvedev to use this criteria for the state participation companies. It concerns Lukoil and the subsidiaries of Gazprom, Gazpromneft, and Neftegaz. The only fact is that we should be grateful for Gazprom, that this company referred to the resolution number 819 and has been working on import substitution very seriously. So about doing these preferences, the decision has already been made, and the preferences has been accepted very seriously. Please, thank you for the comments. Let me give the floor to the representative of the manufacturer and of the supplier, Gennady Iosifovich, please. How do you think, are we ready? Oh, good afternoon, dear colleagues. My colleagues had been talked about the works that has been going on, but I would like to view this topic differently. The speech should be not about import substitution, but about import independence. A year ago, there was a large conference, and the moderator asked Bogdan, please, Vladimir Vladimirovich, what do you think about import substitution? He answered that there was no such term in his company, and they were the company that studies everything new that is on the Russian market. And the company is import independent. Bashneft told about it today, and the companies which is engaged in the issues of import independence. Why? Import substitution implies only replication of what Western companies do, like pumps and every other articles. But we today need to look into tomorrow, and all the work which we call import substitution and reducing import dependence should be directed to the increasing competitiveness of our technologies and equipment. Now some numbers. Lukoil asked us to make an analysis for large companies, and we've got such numbers. About 57% when we speak about equipment and materials, about 57% are related to import. But we can't decide whether we should buy imported goods or national goods. There is no such task as to refuse everything from abroad. It's not real, both in technological and economically. What we should do if we need only one single item? Well, today the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Industry Trade Fair say that oil and gas complex should make their own equipment about 80%, and 20% should may remain imported. We discussed this topic in Transneft company. This is a company which is dependent on imports very little. Last year, the number of their dependents was about 11%. This year, 10%. Next year, 9%. They produce good pumps and electrical engines. They have issues to be solved because the automation system and the elementary base come from abroad. They say they might create it, but they need 10% from abroad. That's and why? What should they do with the 90%? That's not a simple question. One more issues I would like to talk about. That first of all, I and my colleagues from the ministry should define the priorities more clearly. Four foundations of our oil and gas complex are the following. One is stock, and it concerns geology. The issues are not developed. You see, the equipment which we should have is about 80% from abroad. That's why if we have serious stock of equipment, and then the volume of extraction will be different. Second foundation of oil and gas complex is technologies. But these technologies not only of processing but also of extraction. Nowadays we have a large volume, about 40% I think, of oil extracted from heavy deposits. We need technologies. We say that the resources are about 100 billion tons, but these are only resources. And if we talk about stocks, we extract only about 10 or 15 billion tons a month. We cannot adopt technologies from abroad, and that's why we should discuss the issue of technologies more seriously, to create our own technologies, but not the technologies from abroad. And we need very specific support in this field. Look at this oil revolution and oil boom, but there is no revolution at all. It's just usual oil and usual gas in other deposits. And the companies have been engaged in that for 30 years and made very large investments. That's good. But the technologies they use are not suitable for us. That's why we need to support those who is engaged with our Russian technologies. What I would like to say is, first of all, we should analyze very attentively that what we need in all directions, like technologies, equipment, technique, machinery, and whatever. Second, we need to make a register of technologies we have and equipment we have and the companies we have and the companies which produce this equipment. There are such registers in foreign countries. For example, if Lukoil company wants to obtain some unusual pump, it might look at the register and address the company which produces this part and this part. We have good examples of working in machine building industry. I could also draw an example of Parker and a number of other companies and the companies which make pumps as well. But one of the issues we face is our drilling equipment. Here, the Urals should help us. I remember the times when Nikolai Ryzhkov was the CEO of Uralmash Zavod. He spent most of his time not in his study, but in the deposits of the Western Siberia. He managed to create a real equipment which was suitable for us and which could work at the temperature minus 50 Celsius. But at that time, Uralmash manufactured 365 sets of drilling equipment. Last year it made only 25. Then where we should take it, this equipment? Another issue is the following. We should bear in mind that there are some countries which didn't join sanctions. The countries which joined the sanctions are only 39.2% of the coast. The other countries did not join sanctions. That's why we should consider what we should do with the countries which didn't join the sanctions. The Chinese drilling equipment are good, is good, and I think we should pay attention to this fact, to the countries which did not join sanctions. I agree that companies are working extensively on using the possibilities of regions. For example, it's very useful to work with Bashkortostan and in the Urals. Gazprom is working with our Urals region and other companies. That's why I think when we talk about the necessity of point support, specific support, we should use the possibility that we have in the regions. I think that in this sphere, we have lacked so far the joint activity. So petroleum of the fifth class was mentioned here. I'm surprised why this type of petroleum is needed in tundra. It's more expensive, and 80% of our car park is working only on the second class petroleum. Petrol. So these issues needs to be discussed at such events. Thank you very much.
Господин Ланкивей, ваша компания уже организовала свое производство в России, и поздравляем вас.
So, Mr. Lankevey, your company has already organized the manufacturing in Russia. Please tell us, why did you decide to set the manufacturing process in Russia? What were the problems you faced, and what were the difficulties? Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. So, as we say in Chinese, this.
Большое спасибо за...
I have a big honor to speak here. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are very happy that such issues of import substitution is put here. It's our important topic as well. And to begin with, I would like to introduce our company. We are an international holding engaged in manufacturing oil and gas equipment and supplying oil and gas services. At present, we have four manufacturing bases beyond China. And we provide services in 22 countries of the world. We provide drilling services in 22 countries of the world. Gennady Iosifovich had said that our drilling equipment is good. I'm happy with that. I'm happy to hear that. Our technologies of extracting oil and producing drilling equipment are, of course, developing and gaining experience. Actually, our industry, our technologies of drilling and creating drilling equipment were started from scratch, and our first teacher in this sphere was Soviet Union, Soviet workers. And in the process of working, we learned from the English, from the British companies and American companies in order to gain necessary results more quickly. And we think that why not combine our advantages of manufacturers from different countries in order to get optimal product. Nowadays, we have drilling equipment in Europe which drill for more than 9,000 meters. As far as plans our companies are concerned and plans our company in Russia, our initial idea was to localize the production in Russia. Our basic goal here was to give work, to employ Russian specialists, and to transfer the company created in Russia, our technologies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like also to hear the point of view of national manufacturers, how it is better, how Mr. Shurov, how MMK company is participating in import substitution. I know you have a little PowerPoint. Please tell us about it. Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dear organizers, thank you very much for the opportunity given me to present and to tell how Magnitogorsk metallurgical plant is engaged in import substitution, what we do in this sphere, and how we progress and what we plan to do in the future. Of course, before my presentation, I would like to express my opinion on import substitution. The main factor which allowed my metallurgical plant to be engaged in import substitution is investments. Investments into equipment, investments into production, and the most important thing that Magnitogorsk metallurgical plant has a customer, such customer as Gazprom, who said, we need a pipe with this and this specifications, we need equipment produced in Russian Federation, we need metal, which we should buy in Russia, we don't want to buy abroad. We don't want any metal abroad. Of course, we managed a lot. We have gone through a long way. We achieved much, but we have a lot of prospects. On the first slide, you can see our investments. This is Stan 5000. We launched it we commissioned it in 2009. As you can see, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was present at the launch. The basic features of this tool, this rolling mill, are presented on the slide. It was launched together with the molding module, and we also created a complex. The total investment to this project were about 40 billion rubles. This second slide presents the specifications of this rolling mill and the complex of equipment. We have today about 7 billion tons of steel had been manufactured by this rolling mill after its launch. This is 5 million tons of pipes, and these are the orders of Gazprom, Lukoil, and Transneft. About 800,000 tons of metal production were delivered to Russian company, and these are the projects we participated. Also, one of the projects we are participating now, this is Force of Siberia. We are ready to take active part in every project. And on the slide, you can see the volumes produced on our plant by all projects of Gazprom. Here you can see projects not connected with Gazprom. This is Lukoil, North China, Benay Shenken, and so on. These gas pipelines use Russian pipe, and parts of which were produced at Magnitogorsk metallurgical plant. Here you can see what we plan to produce. We are now in very good touch with Chelyabinsk pipe plant and Nizhny Tagil metallurgical plant. We want to continue working with Gazprom. We want to hear Gazprom and to understand what we should do in order to fulfill the orders of Gazprom. These are the prospects we expect to do. First of all, this is metal roll. Proof to temperature changes, very rash temperature changes. It will be up to 60 millimeters thick. It will be corrosion proof, X120. This metal roll is made of stainless steel. This is shipbuilding industry, and the projects we had been delivering metal roll while in shipbuilding industry. Here you can see basic directions we worked on in shipbuilding industry. Now we are producing metal roll for drilling equipment, it was already said, and for ice cutters, ice cutting ships. We also can produce equipment to use metal roll and construction metal roll. It allows us to make metal roll of different destination, A500, A600, A800. All these products had been delivered to Russia only due to import. Our latest project is the steel named Max Strong. As we can see, our task, our objective is to substitute the imported steel with the analogous marks of steel SSAB. We are already now producing analog Hardrox 550 and trying to do Hardrox 500. These are the objectives put by us. Thank you very much for the attention, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present. I would like to repeat my thought about that we large metallurgical companies need very specific objectives put by general contractor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The rolling mill was supplied by SMS Zimar. Russian producers, Russian manufacturers cannot make such, do not have the skill to make such rolling mills. These are customized, bespoke products that maybe we do not need to learn to produce in Russia. China does not build 5,000 rolling mills, even though they use a lot of them in China. We have heard about maybe 10 to 15 rolling mills for 5,000, and we learned from China. We, of course, have limited time, and I'd like to give the floor to two more two more producers, Sergey Vikin, TMK. We are small metallurgy, we're a small mill. Our issue is that our problem is that the equipment we use to produce pipes is made in other countries and is imported, and we're on both sides of the barrier. Import makes up about 30% of our products. This is software and e-components. The rest is produced in Russia. I can hear that the discussion is really hot, and we have to discuss what do we do first. Do we give preferences to Russian producers? Do we promise them anything? I think we probably have to do that. Otherwise, why develop products? Why learn to produce anything if you know beforehand that nobody's going to buy anything? We know that products that are bought from other countries can tomorrow be bought from Russian producers, but we are not speaking about lowering the quality. If you have proven that you are worthy of buying from you, then we will buy your products. That's what I wanted to say. And Sergey Minel, you are both on the producer and the customer side, the vendor and the customer side. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am both a customer and a producer, two in one. As a customer, Transneft, we are part of Transneft, and for us that was a very painful matter to substitute pumps that are produced in Ukraine, in Germany, in England, in the UK, and in Japan. On April 25, we launched a factory to produce mainline and support pumps. Today we have set up our own design bureau. We used to have products we developed before, and we try to use the best examples. The pumps, the prototypes that we have used now have properties that are slightly different from Ibara, from Japanese Ibara pumps. It's very important for us to have high efficiency pumps, and our goal was to to develop pumps that are more efficient than those that are made by foreign manufacturers. Within 3 months, we were able to achieve that goal, and I hope that by 2017, the properties of our product will not be inferior to those of Ibara products. We have problems. We used to have problems with the bearings, and we also substituted these goods. Our bearings have better properties than John Crane. But the friction couple, the friction part is a bottleneck here. But there was a material called Pobedit that was developed in the Soviet Union back in the 1920s. And the only problem that we are facing now is polishing. Why are we talking about all that? Pumps that we have been making today have worked for more than 50 years. We have increased the idle time between maintenance steps, and we decreased the number of man-hours per maintenance. There was no one has produced pumps with the idle time more than 15,000 hours, and this is a bottleneck here. And if there are producers outside of Russia, I see no reasons why we cannot do that in Russia. The problem is not to substitute. The problem is to be independent, and the main issue for us is to interact, to communicate with the leading universities, and we want contacts with them, we want partnerships with them, and we will ask the Ministry of Industry and Trade for support. As for the rest, we can do anything that that is in line with the physics laws. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very interesting that the presentations, the interventions are so different, and that you all are mentioning the same things, meaning the direct communication between the vendors and the customers, and the direct communication between regions, and being independent instead of substituting. And it's important that we are not only talking about hardware, and that in many ways we're talking about cross-cutting issues. I'd like to give the floor to the audience. Maybe I will ask Mr. Kiwei to ask a question to Ministry of Industry and Trade. The question is being asked in Chinese. Mainly, we have heard from huge companies. Compared to them, we are quite a small-scale company. If we look at our business, at our company in Russia, and it's very important for us to know how we can develop in Russia. The question, we can say that all our small dreams need to be consolidated as one big dream, and then it will be beautiful. The question is being asked in Chinese. Last year, when we began building a foundation for the production line in Nevyansk, we took a lot of time to find a good contractor that met our requirements. In China, in such a situation, I would find 10 contractors within a minute, and they would be happy to get an order to get a contract from me. And in this country, it's just the other way around. I have to give them gifts for them to take an order from me. But this is my personal experience. We used to have very tight deadlines, and we needed to commission the production line within 6 months, and we met the deadline. And I think that if we indeed want to be serious about import substitution, we need to give the opportunity to every company, irrespective of the scale, to develop and to create a favorable environment for development. The question is why do we need to invest in Russia? Of course, in order to live. To continue our existence and to survive, we need to be part of the competition, and we need to use reasonable competition to develop successfully. When we first arrived in Russia, we found out that we only have one competitor, that's the TMK company. And it was surprising for us that this huge country with such an enormous market and enormous potential only has one competitor. I think we should have at least 10 companies like that in Russia. And I hope that if we come to the Russian market, we will be able to get support from the government in order to develop our company in Russia, in order to transfer our technology here and grow together. And I hope the day will come then when we have a joint venture, Hylon TMK. Thank you. I'd also like to give the floor to the audience. Maybe someone wants to ask questions. The speaker is not, the asker is not using a microphone, and the interpreter cannot hear the asker. The interpreters cannot hear the question. I'm director for the sales director for the Uralmash NGO holding. It was astonishing to hear about these machines that you mentioned. We produced a drilling rig, one drilling rig a day in the old days. Now we make 29 drilling rigs a year. We have the capacity to produce more, but we have the order for 50 rigs. If we have an order for 50, we will make 50. We have made 29 a year for the past 3 years. We have supporters from Germany and from other countries, but the difference between the machines by vendors from other countries and ours is only the color. We have just produced a machine for Yamal that can work at the temperatures at up to minus 60. That's the temperatures humans cannot withstand at all. But we have developed, produced, and supplied the machines. But then all of a sudden, someone starts supplying the same machines from China. And for me, that's not the right approach. You mentioned that we need to be independent. We have supplied for Surgutneftegas. We have supplied 10 drilling rigs for them. And we work for them now because if you want to work with the Urals, if you want to see what Uralmash Holding is doing, is designing now, you will see that Gazprom Bank has invested 3 billion rubles. We have cutting-edge equipment, and we can. We have the capacity. We're in a position to meet any demands. It was very correctly put by the manufacturers and by Gazprom and by Evgeny Muratov that we have developed and designed a project for Transneft. The specifications are that the depth of the shaft is 15,000 meters, and we've been working for 3 years, and I can feel that we will not be awarded the contract for this project again. We have everything here in the Urals, but the only thing we need is support in terms of orders that we can get. If you request 50 rigs, we will provide 50 rigs. We work with Novouralsk. We work with water treatment facilities. We tested all the machinery. We work with the Automatica Research Institute. We completed the project, and we need to start working. We need to sell the products. We designed 24 upper drives, and we don't need money. We have Gazprom Bank. They are our customer. They give us the task. And we just meet their demands. It's very disappointing to say that somebody else must do that. We can do everything. We need to ask the upstream companies to buy from us. Thank you very much. I'd like to support the colleague from Uralmash and Go Holding.
Okay, if we compare different companies with different production opportunities, we could close our need, not only close our need for equipment, but also produce more. Under the management of a company, which we organized the group which developed the criteria for mobile and heavy engineering installations. And the money was received by state-funded and state-supported companies, which will pay attention to the products meeting the criteria of being Russian. The colleagues know more about this question. As soon as the criteria come into force, I think you can increase the productivity by 30%. A couple of words to it. We have 1,800 drilling equipment, drilling sets working, and 40% were made in 1980s. They are old and need to be replaced or prolong their service life. But it's very difficult to do that, so we have a very high demand in drilling sets. One question from the audience. Well, a comment, not a question. Viktor Haykov, President of National Association of Oil and Gas Industry of Russia. A couple of remarks. First, about supporting Russian priorities. Yes, we should support Russian priorities. and the position of oil industry is quite clear. I would like to retort. When oil and companies and gas companies ask for some preferences for deposits, it's not a market at all. It's not a pure market. When oil and gas companies say to manufacturers that they need to invest money and in production and invest money constantly, the majority of companies, manufacturing companies and service companies, are in a very difficult situation, and they need to be developed with state support. And this is done by the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We are very grateful for them. And of course, customers should take part in it. Customers, I mean oil and gas extracting companies. Yeah, the market should also exist, and the ideas should exist. We are living in market conditions, as they say, and in the conditions of free competitiveness. Most Russian companies are in a very difficult situation right now, and privileges cannot appear on the spot. Why hadn't oil and gas companies acquired Russian products before that? Nowadays, they buy Russian products because they are recommended to, and they are limited to by the state. If we speak about the need to buy Russian products, yes, it's necessary. Let's take the experience of Norway. Norway has created its own geological deposit, and it made certain minimal requirements on participating companies and made local companies to participate. They began developing and creating technologies. That is right. That is the right approach. And one remark concerning import substitution and localization. Last week, I was at the plant of a large international companies producing pumps, and when high-tech production facilities are localized in Russia, this is an advantage, of course, because competency is founded here, staff is trained, and the Russian manufacturer tries to meet the requirements. They are really developing. This is a real economic advantage. When the localization is made of the products which is not high-tech, this is not quite correct. We have manufacturers of such product, but they just need to be developed. As far as Uralmashzavod is concerned, I was at Uralmash this morning. I met the managers of this holding, and I saw the production facilities. They are very good. The equipment is modern, and the machinery is modern. Our companies really are able to create. They only need the demand, and the demand is in the sphere of oil and gas industry. Please buy Russian equipment. Thank you. Can I comment on this a little bit? You hear us in the wrong way. What we are talking about, what we, oil and gas companies, say. We say that we need high-quality equipment, which should supersede the foreign equipment. If you are ready to produce such products, this is good. At the first stage, we are ready to accept foreign equipment. But next, we want to say that and I think my colleagues will support me. We want to say that we are ready to support you. We are ready to create the demand, but we want that everybody should strive to increase the quality and should try to live in the competitive conditions. We will be ready to cooperate and work together, but now the situation is like that. The companies are asking for money, and when we have ready-made products, it has already to be modernized, and the companies are asking for more money. As for the foreign companies, they come and say, oh, so I will give what you want and at a very cheap price. We want our national companies give us what we want at a reasonable price. I feel that the reaction to this topic is very vivid. Andrei, please. I will allow myself to dwell on my topic and to address the regulators and ask also Mr. Kuei. Today we are discussing the issues of creating conditions for import substitution, import independence, the links between the customers and the manufacturers, but we overlooked the topic that we will face in terms of technology and development of technologies. This is the issue of technical regulation, standardization, and technical policy of state, at least at the heat engineering complex. This is important because the situation is not stable. Let me draw an example. Let us return to the ecological class 5 of fuel. Diesel fuel, automobile petrol. There was a requirement for this class from the very beginning. We are trying to meet the needs of the regions in this fuel. Okay, we are trying to satisfy the needs at the same cost. The issue is not in that. There was an agreement to separate class 5 as per years. And then we began discussing about the components of this. What we have now, the manufacturer of one of the chemical components of this fuel was waiting for the component to be left on the market, but no actions were taken at this stage. I think this manufacturer is going to go bankrupt, and so this product is not in demand because the industry doesn't have the possibility to. What the interpreters cannot hear the questions. I can say for sure that in Europe it is forbidden. The next moment is about the technologies. I have an example of technology of primary processing. National manufacturers made the installation on processing oil, which cost 6 million rubles. But it is very difficult to do maintenance of this installation, and it consumes much energy. This is like 100 kilograms pressure inside. So the national installation is very difficult to maintain. The technologies we are using now will not allow us to compete with the foreign ones. We don't have industry institution now, and we don't have any premises for creating such an institution. It's a big challenge, and it's the issue I would like to address the regulators with. How can we act in such a situation? We cannot cope with it. Yes, we are told that all tools are here. I agree. Working groups, technical committees, subcommittees are existing, but it's impossible to take into consideration everything. For example, new state standards are published, and they are overlooked and are not met. That's a very, very big issue again. The tools for making a good decision are also lacking. That's a big challenge. This is a fact. And the design norms also overlooked the energy potentials. I don't think that this issue is topical now, and it needs to be reconsidered. My question is to Mr. Kawai. Okay, you developed production from scratch. Have you ever faced a problem of designing, constructing, any issues from supervising authorities, and what influence did it have on terms and costs of your project? Thank you. The answer is given in Chinese. I'm very grateful for this question. I've been waiting for it. Yeah, we really had a lot of problems. Starting with laying the foundation. In the process of installing the equipment, we faced the problem of there wasn't any necessary equipment in Russia. And the special assembly things were not possible to get in Russia as well. We also needed manual defectoscope, which was also impossible to buy in Russia. And we didn't have a possibility to acquire it from Germany because of the sanctions. What shall we do? Finally, we bought it in China and transported it by air here. As we had a very tight schedule, we had to resort to such extreme measures. But we always managed to find a way out of such situations. In Nevyansk, in such a little town, there is a factory, machine building factory. And they come to us and say, if you need something, give us technical assignment, give us drawing, we shall do it. And I thought, why do they need to wait for my technical assignment? Why can't they do the product on the spot? Maybe because the market is not developed and there is no demand. We coped with such problems, but if not for the resource base from China, we couldn't do it. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting point of view on overcoming the challenges of import substitution and localization. We are coming to an end of our time, and we had been given even extra time, and it has also finished. I would like to thank all the participants of the discussions for a very productive talk and interesting talk, and also Innопроm organizers who opened this venue for a dynamic and difficult, challenging industry as oil and gas.
как раз... О, раз. Раз. Раз.
понятия не имею, но она... Нет, они как-то смотрели. Она, может, сломана слышала?
Так, а все тогда, как бы ничего нельзя. А вторая такая же? Посмотри, пожалуйста. Смотри, какая, или две должны быть. У меня там только что было две. А вторая? А вторая ты что? Не-не-не. Их, понимаешь, она вот эта вытягивается сейчас у тебя. Она эти свернут, вытягивается. Я тоже думала, что она поможет. У меня просто только что там была такая же случайно, я шила. Только что такое.
Да, сейчас мы поменяемся. Таблички там две.
Кто занимается сбором этих самых
Так, сейчас бери эту тетеньку, которая вон там стоит, и скажи, у вас не открывается штучка?
Нет.
Вот видите, это вот джип, это жалко отражение. А вы знаете, вот это вот так достается, и она крепится на эту палку. Держите тогда. Вот, а потом должна палка стоять. Ой, Диана, поможете? Вы как инженер. Как она сломана?
Она абсолютно точно сломана, потому что я только что убрала вот там вот эта палка.
Нет, коллеги направляя, она должна была не направлять.
Значит, нет еще одной вот этой штуки. Смотрите, они цепляются друг к дружку. Вот я только что такую же четыре.
А не было в этом?
Вот я ее только что распаковала. Вот смотрите.
Может, кто-то из ребят поможет? С другого рваного цвета.
Ага, ты молодец. Ты солнышко, пошли.
Вы меня на табличке расставить? Так, это будет легко быть. Анастасия еще таблички. Такая вот. А в чем она? А, у нее просто табличка. А, она сама расставит? Ну да, я слышу. Красная табличка.
О, смотри, это с другого этого. А таблички так она не поставила.
А вот, кстати, девушка сейчас расставит.
А все, она поставила.
А, она уже порвала? Не, у нее только одна табличка.
Так, это что? Она вот тут вот стояла, вот так, да? Он тут стоит. Тут раз,
Там стоит. Да.
и подожди. И вот этой штукой. Подожди, вот смотри, видишь, там две, а тут одна.
Может, уже кого-то мужчину попросить?
Попробуй вот так вот одну поставить и, ага, а тут там куда? А если нам попробовать вот так вот одну поставить или
Уже
немножко?
не могу отвечать. Я ничего не знаю. Я могу
Нифига. Подожди, ну-ка, давай ее.
была зона нашей ответственности. Конечно, подготовить сцену.
готовы, уже включены и поготовы.
Будьте добры, я предлагаю...
I suggest that we should begin because it's high time. Checking microphone.
Please take a seat. Let's start because we already on time. Добрый день.
Good afternoon. My name is Mikhaila Kim. I am a representative of ABB company. It is my great pleasure to conduct this session with co-organizers as Association of European Businesses and Roboto Technical Association. The basic idea of the session was that there are lots of talks about Internet of Things. There are certain fashionable trends that people like to speak about. As several years ago, smart grid took place and everybody spoke about it. Industrialization 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, some basic things that had been developed for a number of years and defined the condition of economy, the condition of industry, they are forgotten and overlooked. That is why, analyzing everything connected with the Internet of Things, I would like to come back to the initials. This is industrial automation, where the development of control system, quality control system took place. Programming controllers developed that became cheaper and cheaper. The so-called smart field and the DCS systems and the possible oil processing plants, all these had developed within at least 30 or 40 years. This was largely becoming cheaper, more available, and more reliable. This allowed to reach more investment returns of the project, but there remained a huge, tremendous problem, the problem of investment returns. On the other hand, the problem is in designing business cases. And due to the fact that we are limited in the ability to build business for these projects, there is a few projects still. We would like to thank Gleb Sergeyevich Nikitin who patronized this session, and I would like to ask him to begin. I think that we will work in the following way. First, the Ministry of Industry and Trade will talk. Then Alexei Axler, Minister of Energy, will speak. This ministry is the biggest customer for such technologies. Just look what industry is doing, and the heat engineering complex of Russia. Then we shall discuss everything with the representatives of International Academy of Business. And I think it would be interesting to consider one more promising directions of cases. This is application of automation system in agriculture. I suggest that we should work like this. And at the beginning, I would like to give the floor to Gleb Sergeyevich. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear participants of our panel session. Traditionally, we speak at all events. I mean, we, that is Ministry of Industry and Trade, that our focus, our policy focuses on such perspective trends as industrial automation, industrial Internet of Things, and robotization. We do not separate all these things. We think that all these things complement each other and reflect some understandable tendency to digitalize, to implement digitalization into industry. It is natural that the respective decisions in software and hardware, in the sphere of producing controller sensors for Internet of Things, this is one side of the challenge. And another side is completely new look of production means which are built into the respective network with these sensors. Such productive means include additive machines, additive production, which is one of the elements as well of the innovative and perspective segments. And of course, I mean robots. We think that the minimal effect of reorganizing the system using automation and digital technologies will be about 30%. We are not sure about the estimation, but I think 30%. Labor productivity in comparison with the level that had been reached. Due to the digital technologies allow to increase this productivity and to save up to 15% at the regular maintenance and to avoid emergencies. I think these numbers are based on short-term trends of technologies, the complete readjustments that we relied upon. We think that everybody is talking about Industry 4.0. All these things will lead to a bigger effect than I had mentioned. Last year, the Ministry of Industry and Trade began to develop the roadmap on the Internet of Things. We worked together with Rostelecom and the Fund of Development of Internet Initiatives. Now Skolkovo also was included into this work. The roadmap is practically ready and consists of 3 segments: management of industrial environment, data transfer, including the systems from virtualization, synchronization, and reserve copying. As for the robots and robotics in general, I think it might, in comparison with the mentioned elements, it might be the most problematic area in Russia. I and my colleagues discussed what is connected with it before the sessions. We think that the market for the robotics equipment is too small, and the leading manufacturers do not go with the localization projects. Of course, and there is a lack of investment opportunities for the companies to readjust and to modernize equipment. And the problem is also with the mentality of people. By the way, we have conducted a research, and it turned out that the traditional problem connected with the lack of investment and with the difficult macroeconomic situations are so important that we often don't realize that the need is in robotization. And how otherwise can we explain that in our country only 2 robots are for 10,000 employees? In comparison, for China, this is 33 robots for 10,000 employees, and the average world indicator is 66 robots per 10,000 employees. As for Korea, Japan, this is about 300 robots per 10,000 employees. We are lagging behind. And the manufacturers of industrial robots are very few. The only plant who produced industrial robots closed. I hope that at the end of 2016 we will launch new production facilities on producing industrial robots in Bashkortostan. We have companies, integrator companies, which integrate robots into technological processes and develop their own unique technological solutions, which we had talked about before the session with my colleagues. There are about 50 companies in Russia of that kind. But this number, I think it's also too small, and the potential is great. 40 of these 50 companies are based in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and are very little distributed over the country. As for the national robotics, the problem is that there is a lack of information, and the production is very low. I think these challenges could be overcome, and we should work on it. You know that within this forum, I mentioned it for the first time, at the beginning of this year, we had developed a new program of developing the industry and increasing the competitiveness, which is entitled Producing the Production Means. And we will try to subsidize the producers by means of discount for the equipment meant for production in different industries. And we offer to subsidize 50% of the production sample to gain tax preferences. If this sample works in industry, the customer will have preferences for the further deliveries. And we offer to subsidize 10% for the rest of the installments. Our program also implies the issues of financing. At the end of the first half of the year, we hope to launch it this year. If not, then we do it next year. And as for the information, providing information, we think that state needs to be more active in this sphere to conduct a dialogue with manufacturers of robotics and to stimulate the demand for automation means. The Association of Participants of Robotics Markets developed the concept of championship in robotics. It is supposed that the technological companies will put objectives to automate the sections of their production facilities, and the team will be developed, and they will offer their solutions and on designing prototypes and designing different technological sections. We are planning to announce the beginning of the championship on this fair in Innопроm 2016. This championship is meant for popularization of robotic solution of any kind. They can be used both the robots of Kuka company and other foreign companies. And due to the increase of demand, we shall get localization projects within the country. I hope that the companies I mentioned will consider the possibility of coming here and build the plants. I would like to note that this small market shouldn't be the obstacle for such projects. Nowadays, we are working on creating very reliable and serious conditions to be a more profitable place, export-oriented place. And please do not orient only to the Russian market. We are ready to provide this stable business. We are ready to consider subsidizing, and we are ready to render tax privileges, and we are ready to compete for the investments with the foreign countries. To recapitulate, I would like to thank everybody for the participation and wish to find new ideas for the discussion and legal approaches for the trends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nikitin. I hope that you will sum up after we close this, when we come to a close, and maybe you will make some conclusions and give some recommendations as to what we do have to do as the industry. What do we need to do to address the issue of robotization and to implement them more efficiently? Now, dear Mr. Texler, thank you for finding the time for this discussion. The fuel and energy sector is the largest consumer of industrial solutions, including those that have to do with robotization and the intellectual environments and smart systems. Therefore, both the oil and gas and coal and energy sectors, all of those sectors have been the leaders, have been leading the way, and have co-developed automation systems and robotization systems to some extent. What do you see? What do you see as the key factors for the key drivers for further development? My thanks to colleagues for the opportunity to speak on this subject. It's a very relevant one. We understand that competition in the world in all spheres, including the fuel and energy sector, is growing, and the efficiency, labor efficiency and labor productivity is the key issue that will influence on whether we will be able to take the leading position in the development process. And of course, robotization and automation are the key instruments, the key tools for efficiency, for raising efficiency. It's a very topical issue in all spheres, including the fuel and energy. We're speaking about smart mines, about using new cutting-edge methods, about raising the effect and the yield of oil, and about reducing the costs and increasing the productivity. We understand the telemetrics and especially when mining at horizontal levels, we can when we use the so-called smart mine methods, with geophysics and 3D modeling, they will help us get to the point we need and to get the maximum production of oil. And the production methods that are used today allow us to do that, and this has to do with the sphere that we are discussing now. As for pipelines, the methods and the robots that ensure diagnostics of equipment and the possible corrosion and possible need for replacement of pipes are also very important, and this is where we're also leading the way. We have a very vast network of pipelines, both for gas and for oil and for petrochemicals, and our companies are developing these methods and designing the technologies, and we have the methods available, and we can export them even now. As for coal, in this sphere, robotization is not only about efficiency, but also about safety, especially that's especially important after these large-scale accidents with many casualties, and it's very important to use manless technologies, unmanned technologies, where the operator can remotely control the mining. That's not about the future, that's about today. We have examples of such technology used at our coal mines even today. As for open pit mining, we are talking about remote operation of transportation of transport and excavators that can be unmanned, and then we can use remote control methods for complex mining machinery. We are developing these methods. As for regarding power engineering, our world is getting more and more electric, so to say, and we realize that as electric vehicles develop, more and more primary energy is used directly for energy generation, and this trend is very strong, and we are talking on smart energy systems here, and we see opportunities for using such approaches as IoT to automate the process, to make them more efficient. This work is being done continuously. As I was walking around the show, around the fair, I saw that Russia is already showcasing such systems, and Russia is one of the flagships in this sphere. I'm talking about monitoring the core energy equipment in power plants, including gas plants and other turbines. Such systems help us monitor, meaning understanding remotely how the equipment is working, but we can also use special algorithms to forecast the status of the equipment and the probability of its failure. That's one of the key points where we can raise efficiency, we can raise quality of scheduled maintenance works, and in the nearest future we will have systems available that will forecast the failure of the core equipment in order to work to failure or not to a standard service life. That will increase the efficiency and the lifetime of the equipment. Such technology, such processes are being implemented, and soon they will also affect the key equipment. And in this respect, we're also talking about labor safety, about reducing injuries in the on-the-job injuries in all our energy companies, energy sector companies. We have analyzed, we have studied how we can reduce costs by using, for example, smart mines and by automating the mining process up to the stage of primary refining and beneficiation, and all the and equipment efficiency can grow by 10 to 20%. That's how much, that's the reduction that we can achieve in terms of costs for oil extraction if we use the advanced technology that we can offer today. Thus, if we want to win, if we don't want to lose the competition in all the spheres of fuel and energy sector, we need to focus on robotization and on smart technology and an automation of all core and supplementary processes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Texler. It was especially interesting to hear a few points that I'd like to highlight. That's the so-called predictive maintenance, that is operation to failure, and production enhancement, production growth. The bottleneck remains, and it's about return on investment for each project. 10 years ago, when we looked at return on investment for any automation project, probably the only parameter that we could take into account when we were getting ready with the feasibility study was to decrease the fluctuations during the process and to raise the yields, to increase productivity. But still, in many cases, we saw no return on investment. We saw no profits. And this is a huge challenge, because on the one hand, we need to implement the systems to introduce smart technologies and technology and robots. But on the other hand, there are still very few projects. What financial mechanisms do we need? I think there are, in fact, quite a lot of such projects. In some cases, they're local. In some cases, they're more broad scale. In oil and gas, there's a strong trend where our key players in the sector focus on automation as a of both the technological process and quality control along the whole value chain. And one of the additional drivers is we can speak about one of the additional factors, actually, is the so-called technological losses. And in fact, this is theft, but the method, robotics and automation are the methods that are used to reduce these levels. And of course, economically, from the economical perspective, it has to do with the payoff. I'd like to dwell on how monitoring systems can directly affect the growth of efficiency and reduction of costs through forecasting of what can happen with a piece of equipment, a specific piece of equipment. This system is interesting not only to our energy companies, but also to manufacturers, because forecasting, continuous monitoring helps improve design of energy equipment and facilitate transition to the next generation of the equipment. It helps us integrate this process. And of course, we are on the threshold of the age of the Internet of Things, where an interaction between vendors and service companies and generating companies will, when the maintenance schedules and the schedules for buying components and spare parts and upgrading of the production facilities will be automated at the time of pre-request, pre-order, and optimization of the logistical routes and logistical approaches. And the costs will be cut at every step along this chain. And We need any company that wants to remain competitive and is addressing this issue, and the companies that don't do that will lose in that competition. And there are multiple examples, both in fuel and energy and in other sectors, where unless you forecast you lose. Brands that have been around for centuries disappear because the world is changing faster than we can train students for 5 or 6 years. And many thanks to you, and I hope that I will not be asking too much if I ask this question. You are a major customer as the fuel and energy sector. You described the general picture very well, but what do we need? Here in our panel discussion, we have companies that are the major producers of automation, robotization, the academia, the universities are here. What's the vector, what's the direction for our development? I think that's a two-way process. On the one hand, we need to see the desire of the ambition of the energy companies to work in that direction. On the other hand, there should be intellectual partnerships, including those involving our universities. I think the younger generation is more adaptive to possible changes than people who are used to living in the old paradigm, even though this paradigm is not that negative in itself. We need to get together more often. We need to have sessions where we can share information and share data, and the companies themselves have to set targets for themselves for intellectual development, and we need investments in this sphere. We shouldn't be afraid to focus on automation, to implement automation, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about survival of companies. And I hope that if colleagues have any other recipes here, I hope they will share. But any companies, if you see a company, you can understand what it's about by how it views cutting-edge intellectual smart process. Those that ignore these changes become conservative and uninteresting for the market immediately. And I think you know what I'm talking about. This trend is very obvious today, and I will be happy to hear advice from our colleagues on the side of production and automation. But it's more about the human factor. It's more about how you view these changes, and we shouldn't be afraid. Thank you. That's a very interesting idea, because for us as a manufacturer, we had a system called KNX for big residential buildings.
I always try not to advertise what our company produces, but this is a good case. In order to integrate this system to KNX, it is necessary to have a very qualified staff. That is very difficult to find. As a result, for us, a way of further development was to create a simpler systems that a student or a beginner programmer could create and integrate at his place. This is a very interesting and important trend, as I think, because it's very hard to find high qualified staff for using such technologies. In this case, the manufacturing companies should use a simpler solution which should be more user-friendly. Thank you, Alexey Leonidovich. Alexander Ferl, the chairman of the Association of the Research Committee of the International Committee for Robotics, professor, head of the Institute of Automation of Industrial Process and Machine Building Tools. I would like to address Alexander with this same question concerning the economic efficiency of the projects and implementation of Internet into the service. I think it is the biggest problem nowadays, the return on investment, the economic feasibility of such projects. How do you see this, such a problem, and what key tendencies can you see in developing automation from the point of view improving economic parameters?
Comment first on the term Industry 4.0 revolution. We had this mechanical power that made the first industrial revolution, then came along electrical power, which was then the second industrial revolution, and then came along the computers, which made the third industrial revolution. That's at least how we count it in Germany. And now comes along the fourth industrial revolution, and I don't like the term for real, because there is no real revolution. It's just about using the web, using cloud services, using better ways of communication, using more software in manufacturing, and all of this, even going into more reconfigurable systems. This is why, for example, KUKA and other robotic manufacturers are doing really well, because you need robots to get more and better reconfigurable machines. But now you're asking for the business cases, and it's really hard to find good business cases. For example, Siemens already 10 years ago started a company called EPS. They were doing preventive maintenance for machine tools in the first place, and they really had a hard time introducing it. First of all, not because of the internet being too weak, but just because of the standards and the laws that were applied. So nobody knew whom does the data belong to, and nobody knew who was allowed to use the data. So that's still an issue, I think, today, for example. Then we have in Germany, for example, we have many companies coming up offering meta search engines. So you can, for example, if you would like to buy clothes, instead of going to Google, you can use meta search engine like Fashion Lane and so on. So there's many companies coming up, but none of them is really making money. They are all getting money from investors, but making money is just a few of them. So it's really a hard thing to make money out of it. I think on the long run, companies will make money who really create a value for the customer. So if, for example, now we're developing new IT security standards, they will be introduced on the long run, and whoever provides these will have a good point of operation. We're developing new communication standards, like time-sensitive networks is going to be introduced in a brief time, or OPC UA and stuff like that. Whoever can offer this the best way, I think, will have a good business case and will have good solution also. So that's one part. If you are able to improve the infrastructure, or, for example, to spread your functionality better in the internet. So even we had controllers at the machine in the past, and now we can think about putting pieces of these controllers back to the cloud again, to centralize and use these centralized functionalities, and make use of the better networking. The other thing that I would like to mention is I think that there is not only hardware robots. We know all these robots doing body-in-white manufacturing or stuff out there, but there will be more and more software robots. Robots who work for lawyers, who work for doctors, or replace lawyers, replace doctors, or replace programmers, for example. So the next development I think, is we will not need that many programmers as in the past anymore, because most of the systems will be self-configurable, or a lot of the code will be already generated automatically by the systems. Like, for example, EPLAN Engineering Center is a mechatronic system where you can, put together your machine, and by a push of a button, 80-90% of the programming of the bus system, of the fluid plans, everything is going to be done automatically already. So we have to prepare for that era at the same time. And you already also mentioned all these nice features come at a cost. So you cannot just introduce all of this technology that is available and be happy about it, because it all comes with cost involved. So if you need more sensors to do preventive maintenance, you have to really take into account, do I have enough value out of these sensors? If you collect more data somewhere, you have to evaluate, can I make enough value out of this, out of these results? So really, everybody has to look for himself to see whether he can make use of all of these nice technologies. And I think the next really big thing after Industry 4.0 and all the networking and all of these software robots replacing the white-collar jobs will be, one way or the other, the topic of artificial intelligence, which means by machine learning, you will be able to distinguish good parts from not good parts, or to distinguish the good state of an engine from the not so good state of an engine. You will be able to predict in the future or the near future of this machine based on measurement data and other things like this. So I think there is quite a bit of things still coming on, and we're not at the end yet.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you very much. If you allow me, I would like to ask you to sum up and give some recommendations. If there are any news, if there is any information from analytical sources like EFC, it is clearly seen there that it is not impossible to create a business case without knowing some economic advantages, and it stipulates the limited usage of automation system. Maybe I am wrong, calling it very limited, but still, this is a limiting factor for the automation. Here, at the sessions on robotics and on the Internet of Things, I've told many times that robotics is not used widely, but this is kind of a fact. I would like us here to analyze the reasons why and what should be done from the point of view from economical perspective.
Are good if you have mass production or some sort of quantity. If you have just a single piece-by-piece production, then robots are hard to use. If you can do something like mass customization, so everybody asks for something different and the robot still fulfills the work, I think that's another progress also, that if we're able to deliver that, we will have advantages from that. And I think it's not only about installing new hardware. If you have a plant running at optimum point, as you pointed out, sometimes it just doesn't make sense to add anything. If you know everything is at maximum, everything is at limit, then just leave it and just wait for the next plant that you build and then try something new. I wouldn't change a successful system if it's just for the sake of introducing more Industry 4.0, more networking or something like this. I would, if you're producing at a reasonable cost and at a reasonable quality, why change a running system? So that.
Очень интересный тезис. Andreas Barber,
Very interesting statement, Andres Barber, Director of Strategic Marketing Institution. We are from the company that works in the sphere of industrial automation. The last statement made by Alexander Farrell limits our market. Do you agree with that? And what are your recommendations again for that? A lot of things had been said on how robots are used and how little they are used, but it is difficult to justify from the economic perspective the usage of more robots.
Well, what to do?
First, to see on a global perspective, the robotics industry is one of the most successful industries, growing every year since 10 years, 16% per year. So worldwide, there are more than 1.5 million robots in use, industrial robots. We can see this growth in all industrial countries, and now we come to have a look on Russia. So in Russia we have the institutes, the universities, we have engineers, great software engineers, mechatronic engineers, machine building engineers with a great history. But looking on the robotics market, looking on the factory automation, it is one of the smallest markets in the world. This means that even smaller countries are like Switzerland are using more robots than whole Russia. Why is this the case? We heard Mr. Nikitin and Mr. Texler saying that factory automation with robotics is a key success factor for the future to become competitive and even then to export goods outside. We see this the same, and we see it also in reality in the other countries where robotics is used. We have more jobs, we have more exports, so the economy is growing. Why Russia is just on the beginning, or is still since many years a small market? Not easy to answer. I think one reason could be that in other countries the big companies are using our factory automation. They are in international competition maybe more than in Russia, so they are forced every day to become more competitive. So they're using also the latest production technology. And these are big companies, and these big companies looking here in Russia are not very often using factory automation. We see smaller companies or companies like Class or others which are investing here with the latest standards. So I think maybe there the pressure is not high enough. You asked what is the payoff if you invest in factory automation. So normally we don't have to answer this question because it's the most growing industry, because it pays off very quick and very fast if you produce with automation. Always in the case if you're in competition within the country or even you are exporting, it's not working with automation. Let's have a look on China. China, there was low automation 10 years ago, and also there were a lot of people you can use to produce manual. Today China is the biggest robotics market of the world. Bigger than USA and Germany together. They have the latest production technology, and they are going to export goods because of factory automation. So it pays off immediately. And one important point is also, if you invest in automation, it sounds contradiction, but then you have more jobs. Can you give you an example? In Germany, the car manufacturing industry is the most automated industry. But also the number of people which are working in the car industry is growing more than robots they are using. So investment in robotic means that you are competitive, that you get more jobs, that the products get cheaper. That's why you are exporting more and you have higher quality. So it seems all a question of competition. So I think we need maybe more pressure in Russia to these big companies to become more competitive. And I understood the minister Texler and Nikitin also, that they are forcing this and they are demanding this. And there were good examples in the energy sector. They are also exporting now goods after automation and after introducing Internet of Things and such stuff. So this is tremendous important. How to encourage now these big companies? I don't have a solution, but there should be something like we see in other countries, like even France. In France, even they introduce some incentives for the companies who are using the first robot, because in the beginning, it's a barrier to start with automation. So in France, for example, the government gives some help to the companies, some money also, that they can start with automation. But then they see it pays off immediately and they go on themselves.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting view. I think we have such factors here that we need to take into account. For example, when the ruble was devalued drastically, many expected that it would be a great push in many sectors. But in fact, the push was seen only in a number of them, maybe due to the lower OPEX, because the CAPEX proved very high because of the value of money, because of the cost of money. And the dilemma that we're facing here is that we are in a trap where the workforce value is reducing and the price of the capital projects grows. And if it was difficult to prepare a feasibility study for robotization, it's getting even more complicated now. And one more question is, I can understand that the core business in your company is more industrial automation, but because the Minister Texler is here in this panel and he voiced a few considerations. I think there are unique directions, unique areas where robotics can develop in Russia, considering the geography, considering the climate. I'm sure that you are looking at this market and analyzing it very thoroughly. What unique directions for development of robotics can you see that can be specific for Russia?
There are existing industries like the aerospace industry or the mining industry we heard before, where robotics can help, can start. All the metalworking industry, these are the areas which can be strong, automated, and can help to produce more competitive. I want to add something. If you speak about robotic solution, mostly they are not imported. So maybe the robots are imported, but the robot solutions are made from Russian companies. So this is 100% Russian engineering made in Russia. Of course, some components coming from abroad. But if you see the complete solution, maybe 1/4, 1/5 of it is imported, and 3 parts, 4 parts are made in Russia. So this is also a big help. But we can see there, these Russian solutions are made from small and medium-sized companies very often, not from the big companies, and they struggle a little bit with financing because they have to finance first to build up the solutions and to sell it later on. So they need maybe some support. So, but they are not relying on the ruble, on the currency topic.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to Ralph Bendish, the CEO of All-Class. Class has just concluded the first landmark special investment contract in Russia. Class used to be one of the first top companies, large companies, that built a factory, and this is a unique facility to produce agricultural machinery and solutions. and because I believe that agriculture is the largest and the most interesting area where Russian economy can develop. Would you please kindly talk about your perspective on the development of robotization and automation and solutions for the agriculture? Thank you. I've prepared a few slides. It's good that we are back on Earth, back on the ground, because everybody keeps thinking that agriculture is a retrograde area that lags behind, but that's not the case. I am not from agriculture. I am from the machine building company, and we are not lagging behind as well. Mikhail asked me to refrain from advertising. That's why I'll just say that we have been around for more than 100 years, and we are involved in all stages of revolution of industry and agriculture. We have been everywhere. And the fact that we focus on the external and international markets, the turnover outside of Germany, the export takes up almost 80% of what we produce. Most employees of the company do not speak German. This is also a type of form of internationalization. The global challenges today are as follows. We can, if we look at the statistics, the forecast in 2025, the population will be about 8 billion people, and the Earth is not growing, and there will be not more land good for working on it. We have limited water resources, both this year and last year. There used to be a lot of natural disasters that also have a negative effect on agriculture. And nobody wants to live in the country. Everybody runs to capitals. Everybody runs to towns. Everybody wants to get a share of the civilization benefits. And we seem to be on the losing side. But the vector of development is, if we look at that, we'll see that the machinery is now at the top of the dimensions. We cannot make a combined harvest bigger than it is now, because it will be impossible to move it then. We are looking more consciously, besides at what we're doing in this world, and at preserving what we have. We need to ensure sustainable management, sustainable use of the resources that we have. That's how the megatrends are about more efficient use of capital and labor. What we have in the industry, Industry 4.0, we also have farming 4.0. Where does it all go? That's a nice picture with a farmer operating remotely, but that's how it's happening, but just a little bit differently. If we look at the development of agricultural machinery, you maybe remember a tractor. A tractor is made up of a steering wheel, an engine, and wheels. Then we installed an onboard computer that we know from the cars. The next step is where the computer has a kind of an aerial and that it can use to transmit data. And then tractors and combine harvesters and all machinery can communicate between themselves with each other. And for example, when the combine harvester is moving across the field, it can see the changing conditions for the harvesting at different sections of the land. It can remember that. It can store this information and transmit it to a tractor that is distributing fertilizers, and that can use more fertilizers on specific sections, and how that's how the harvest can get more homogeneous. The next step is that not only machines and the owner can communicate, but also the environment. If we look at the example of one agricultural machine, it has so many sensors in it that it looks more like a spaceship than like a, and it's much more than, there's much more automation than a car has. A combined driver, a combined operator is not expected to only know their profession. The computer will accept such orders as reduce losses. The combined harvester and the computer on the combined harvester can adjust a lot of functions. Or we can talk about increasing the productivity, to use more aggressive methods for harvesting, and so it can be a more. It can take a more experienced combined operator, or there will be another operator who will be focused on adjustments. Then we're talking about telematics, about communication between machines, and one server where the owner can get information from, and it can to take decisions. Smart systems include all elements and consolidate all elements and ensure communication and influence on each element, irrespective of the independently from the vendor, from the manufacturer. These systems are compatible with new elements, including those produced by competing companies. Availability is and readiness is 365 days a year. The machine itself is in the center as well, meaning its productivity, but we are close to the limit here. In 1950, one combined harvester had the harvesting machine, the harvesting part of 2.5 meters. That was like a big lawn mower. Today, it's it's 12 meters long. This reaper, the harvester thresher, is 12 meters long. It's as long as one big railway car. So the question is not about raising the dimensions, but the question is to make sure that as much logistics has to be happening outside of the field as possible. Smart farming includes all elements in the network. The whole production process in the agriculture will get transparent. Why we need that is because we, as the vendors or the producers, want that. We want to know where the each specific piece of sausage comes from, what each specific cow has eaten. This has to be on the product. The conclusions are as follows. Machinery is getting smarter and smarter. These are robots, these are automated systems, and they will work within specific conditions. There are no systemic limits between humans, machines, and the environment. And this is not a bad potential, and that's important. And once again, in answer to your question on whether this is needed in Russia, on whether it's time, I think the answer is definitely yes. When we're speaking about being competitive, about being able to produce competitive goods, then we need to compare with the international competitors. And if I'm less competitive, then if I'm less efficient, then I cannot compete at international markets. The government of Russia instructed companies to increase the export of goods and not only corn. Thank you. Crops.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting presentation, very interesting slides as well. I have two questions for you. The first one is about the staff. I remember that when first harvesters were brought here, these were automated complexes working in the forest and providing wood cutting and a number of technological processes. There was a big problem in providing good staff, good personnel, because the people who were traditionally engaged in timber industry had another level of education. For agriculture, I think it's a great leap forward, what you have just shown. This is a qualitatively new change. Where should we take staff or personnel which had worked on using the usual common tractor yesterday, and now they should be operating complex automated system? Really, if we talk about harvesters, such machines are very many in Russia, thousands, tens of thousands, and the transfer was very smooth, like the same when the Russians tried to use different cars for like Volkswagen and so Mercedes from they transferred from Zhiguli to foreign cars. I think the people will like the transfer, and I talked about smart system inside the harvester. They don't need that level of professionalism as it used to be. The systems are very smart, and they use a lot of know-hows. The management systems are very smart and facilitate the process of work. And I think operating such harvester is a very worthy job for those who is ready to work in the sphere of agriculture and in the country. Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting. One more issue. These systems, are they built in or they could be installed on the previously manufactured equipment like an upgrade? It means, is it possible to automate or robotize the system on the basis of old equipment? It's impossible to do it in full because a lot of sensors are needed inside the machine. What could be done? This is satellite navigation. This is teleportation, telecommunication. Very interesting thing is that the expenses for satellite communication returned over the year, and you can't work somewhere else. You can't abuse your equipment because satellite sees everything, and for the first time the owner sees the real sizes of his land plot. This is the first step towards the future and towards the fact that where the roadmap is, digital roadmap is, a harvester without a driver can be operated. Thank you. Very interesting. Please tell us if, as we talked about the integration of different systems, I would like to ask Boris Khmelnytsky, the main architect of automated design system, to comment on that, because Ralph told about the fact that automation of the equipment leads to the change of the whole structure of chain. It means storage system, accounting system. Please, can you comment on this? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. The main issue is what CAD system specialist is doing on the robotization section. The answer is very simple. Digitalization, you can call it as you want. Digitalization processes led to the changes of economic model. If we talk about digital production, don't forget about digital design, digital production, and digital operation. Nowadays, we can say that the market not just acquires the product, but product as a service. And the tendency is that you don't acquire some product, but you want to gain some result of operating this product. That's quite different economic model. That is why there are two classical scenarios of managing contract life cycle. And when we manage this cycle from design, from the idea through design, and industrial robotization of every object and collecting the technical specifications of every object and have the possibility to improve the service. The second scenario is when we reduce the period from gaining the order till producing the article and integrating all the forces. One of the cases is called Harley-Davidson cases. It reduced the production cycle from 20-something days to 6 days. And you can configure your motorcycle just on the website. What we do in Russia in this perspective? Mikhail has told several times that it's very difficult to justify the case economically. Why? Because changes in economic model result in very big changes in economy, in calculations. If, for example, the cost of automobile could be one thing, and now you can count like project cost, fuel cost, and this implies very serious changes, organizational and structural. Russia is the fourth country where the Internet of Things Center was opened, where the model used by John Deere and GLONASS company are tested. We have done about 20 cases, including those in agriculture and machine building. The most difficult thing is to change the mentality of people when the simplest question seems, if we talk about machine building, when the simplest question about selling your car to the dealer and to the final customer leads to the substantial change in the model of direct sales, B2B and B2C models. This is a change in the mentality and relations inside the company. This is the restricting factor. What can I say about it? One of the most important objectives is to show the economic effect, which is not sometimes expected by anybody. The previous session was about the control of movement of lorries and containers. It turned about that the main effect was gained not at the parameters this project started with, but from the side effects, which they had thought as side, from the production of lubricants. That is why showing the advantages and creating a new economic model is for CAD one of the main issues in Russian Federation. When we talk about robotization of the industry, you also can not buy robots, but buy the hours of the robot's operation. Why not? Another thing is that the manufacturer will ask you to have operational data, and you will save, first of all, on the cost of spare parts, which you might not acquire, All these technologies are connected with predictive analysis, collecting big data. These are the technologies provided by CAT. Look how Siri changed. First, it was EEP system, first of all. Now it is a platform for supporting business process of digital economy. This is the platform, a new generation of business applications, which implements these new advantages of economic models. And if we talk about the objective of export orientations, the Russian companies will face service model when coming to European markets. For example, this is Yandex Taxi and service model of operation, and our companies will have to compete with this model, like Uber. It allows to increase the coefficient of using resources. The main issue is connected with prototyping and pilot projects at your companies. Come to our IT center, come to our stand and look, and please do cases, make cases. Thank you. Thank you. I think that the thing you have talked about are connected with the things actively developed in the Association of European Businesses. This is the integration of Russian manufacturers into global chains of suppliers. This is a very big issue connected with the presence of interfaces, which could be understandable and transparent and could promote the companies in building business processes. Thank you. And now I would like to ask Professor Ramesh Nimaganda to talk about the experience, because India is one of the leading countries in integrating and creating automation systems and one of the fastest growing economies. It was already said that China has been the largest market for robotics, and the cost of workforce in China was low enough. Nevertheless, in order to produce competitive products, we have developed a robotics market. What is going on in India in this case? If we look at the macroeconomic forecasts, they say India may overrun China in this development. What is the perspective of automation of economy and robotization? These are the key factors in this.
So I just wanted to run through some presentation where I wanted to talk about the automation being practiced in India in most of the industries. I think I mostly address the metalworking industries because I have experience only with those industries. And of course, I also know that many defense aviation sectors also need automation to a very high level. But then very recently we had a meeting to discuss about the relevance of robotics. I attended that meeting where ABB gave a statistics about the use of robotics in various sectors in India. We really understand that the number of robots being used in India is very, very low at the moment. But then their expectation is in the next 10 years, with all these policies being changed by the government and also many multinational companies coming to India and then developing various products, they expect that the use of robotics in industries also will increase. But then let me give you a few thoughts. Since I come from an institute where we teach automation, robotics, I think initially we had a collaboration with many countries. I think each IIT is set up with one government or the other, like USSR and USA, etc. So what we observed is we have gathered the knowledge from all these areas and from all these countries. And now we have some examples to illustrate. So India has started developing their own machine tools, especially in the automation, flexible automation is concerned. But as far as the robotics is concerned, not much is happening because the volumes are very important. We don't have the consumption of robots manufactured by our people. Even the robots being supplied by many international companies are also not fully utilized due to several problems. One is the training on these robots, and then displacement of manpower from one industry to the other for greener pastures. And the third one is maintenance of these robots in the industries also is one of the challenge many industries are facing. So I think these examples, but then you can look at the industrial automation. I think we have come a long way to develop our own machines of high precision and where we use the automation extensively. And the IoT is another area where India is likely to have a major advantage because of the manpower and because of the IT capabilities and the software expertise available with our Indian industries and also Indian academia and a large number of youth. But the challenges are completely different. It's not automation, it's not robotization. If you want to really develop into a developed nation with large contribution in various sectors, I think we need to address the skill development. That is the most important area. As you can see that the processors are also being monitored by various sensors, and our industries are developing the systems for process monitoring, and they utilize these machines to the fullest extent. Some of the robotics is only a play in the academic sectors, like most of them use it as a fancy activity only for the sake of publication, but then industries are not in a position to take up these ideas and then put them into the practice. So though we have been working with many robots, but all of them have become like a paper publications and then limited to only the university. But the challenges are, if you look at the population density in different countries like Russia versus India, I think we have noticed that there are about 50 times higher population density in India. In the sense, if you wanted to really address it, I think no single country can help. I think many multinationals have to come together and then interact in building it up. And if you look at the age of population is very low, about 65% of the population is young. And these people serve not only in India but all over the world. If you look at this population, they go to various countries and they serve. So hence, developing the capabilities in the automation, robotics and IoT is extremely important. And here we suggest that a multi-pronged approach with multiple countries and multiple universities have to come together. So hence, the scale of development is one of the challenges. I think, there are some areas which we are thinking of in the sense, even though we have a lot of resources in terms of the manpower and then various requirements, but then some areas lack, the expertise. In the sense, if you look at the defense, railways, aerospace, we need to build the infrastructure. For building the infrastructure, and in some areas only we use the robots, like for example welding in the construction industry, maybe in the railways, etc. For welding and some dexterous environments, we wanted to use the robots. But otherwise, for many metalworking applications, we use the automation very extensively. So I think the key point here is how do we generate the employment for so much of youth which is available in India. Do you want to go in for a automation or do you want to go in for a robotization is an issue which we can debate it, but then we don't have the solution yet. So I think these are all the issues of concern for us. I think we are looking at the skill development as a major initiative in all the areas of automation, etc. I think we have different levels at which we need to train them. I think that's the biggest challenge. Many industries wanted to expand it, but they're not able to expand it because the skill is not available. The skill sets with the youngsters are not available. I think what I find is, even though we may produce the robots, we may develop these machines anywhere in the world, but then if you want to utilize those machines and robotics in a fruitful manner and an effective manner, and the skill is one of the areas where we have to invest a lot. I think it's not enough if you do it okay, by one or two, but then we need to have a multiple, like a consortiums from which we can bring it. I think nobody is a competitor to India because I think everyone can survive in India because of the huge population. So that's where we are thinking of partnership with many countries and many universities all over the world. I think that's where I feel that the training of the manpower is the key. I think I'll just skip this thing. So the ultimate aim of this, the presentation is to tell you that the networking of people, networking of the academia, networking of the industries is a must if you wanted to build the skills and utilize these resources. Otherwise, the industrial automation and robotics will become a half-baked and then half-utilized space. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nimagata, thank you very much. I would like to complete this session with a blitz session. I would like to ask each speaker for one key factor to define the further development of automation of robotization.
One deciding factor will be the introduction of the right standards so that everybody agrees on the same things and so that technology can be spread. We have seen in the past that, for example, field bus systems were replaced by Ethernet-based bus systems, but there was not only one Ethernet-based system, now there is 30 around. So there was not a big win there. And hopefully we will not make the same mistake with Industry 4.0, establishing 30 standards again.
A key factor to increase factory automation and robotation will be to speed up the development, will be governmental influence and support, especially for the small and medium-sized companies who are developing robotic technology already in Russia.
I would like to mention several factors. Scientific progress in general and digitalization of every process. The mankind striving for something new and competitiveness.
Sectors where the robotics can be used exclusively, and those are the areas in which I think we need to invest it. And of course, making these robots totally independent, like autonomous, is the one where these tasks can be taken care by themselves. I think so that the maintenance issues can be addressed. Thank you.
For me, automation and robotization are the elements of achieving international competitiveness. Thank you very much. If I wrote down this right, standardization, then government support, which is necessary at the early stages for key technologies and in this economic paradigm in which we are now, then scientific process, then competitiveness, as I understand it. This means integration into the global market, international competitiveness. And I would name one more factors, very subjective one. When I initially spoke about economic justification of projects, there is actually a logical fork here, typical for automation projects especially. When large capital projects of constructing a new factory or a new workshop are prepared, it means large capital investments. tens, hundreds, and millions of dollars. Then the forces of economists and finance managers are directed to prepare the economic case. What I saw in automation during the course of years, this is a case with with small projects. This could be $200,000 or $500,000, $1 million. This is the size of the projects which does not allow to attract the good financial manager on the one hand, and on the other hand, at our session, Andrei Nikolaevich Klipich, deputy chairman of Bank for Foreign Trade, was present. Unfortunately, he left. I understand that people come to them for large investments, and they don't come for small investments like $500,000, and they couldn't come to such large organization and or make a business case. It could be useful for the development institutions for them to help the companies, because there is a need to consolidate and to work out the key fundamental factors, how the economy can work on industrialization, automation process and projects. I hope that due to our efforts, we shall try to move forward, move towards spreading automation industrialization. I would like to ask Ruslan, the executive director of the Association of European Businesses, and to ask him to say a couple of words. We have the committee on machine building. We have a committee of modernizing the innovative development. Maybe we should also make a committee or a group on automation. Thank you very much, first of all, for your personal efforts in preparing and conducting this roundtable discussion. So Mikhail said that he is the head of the ABB company, but he is also the head of innovative department of our association. I would like to thank all the participants of the panel and say that to conduct a panel for the second day of forum is a very hard task. We saw that there were not too many people in the first minutes of the discussions, but the hall is overcrowded now, and we had a very nice talk about the future. We learned how this future will look like. I hope in the future forums we will see this future in reality. Our association is represented by a number of industries, but almost half of the industrial committees work with the automation issues. The issue of automation of production and the robotization issue. Mr. Bendish drew an excellent example how the agriculture, the conservative sphere, uses robots as automatic solution and are implemented practically. That's why I think that really our activity and interaction with International Association of Robotics, I thank them for having come here. And I think that if this is a topic of the future and we are ready to work on it, I think that Mikhail had a very good number of ideas, and I hope to cooperate and take part in the active cooperation. I would like to thank all the participants of the roundtable discussion, and I wish that forum would prosper. It is not finished yet. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that we should invite everybody to take part in the events made by Association of European Businesses, because we have many thematic events, and I would like to thank every speaker. Thank you very much. See you.